Testing 1, 2.
Okay, we ready? Okay, I want to welcome you to the Planning Commission meeting in Tahoe for us. And so we'll,
They can hear you.
can you hear me? Oh, now you can. I want to welcome you to our Planning Commission meeting. And so to get started, would you please join me in the flag salute?
I think so.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can we do a roll call?
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Here.
Commissioner Ronton,
Here.
Commissioner Watts,
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let me see, we're going to start in just a minute, but before we get started, we have a new commissioner who will need to perform his oath of office, and I'd like to ask Clayton Cook from the Placer County Council's office to administer the oath of office to our newest commissioner. And so, if you could stand.
Thank you, Chair. Can you please stand, raise your right hand, and repeat after me? I, Jeff Frontine, do solemnly swear
I, Jeff Rontin, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
and that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
without any mental
Reservation.
reservation or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you and congratulations.
Okay, welcome aboard. Let me see, I'd like to welcome everybody to today's Planning Commission meeting, which is open to virtual and in-person participation and may be observed online through Placer County website. If you would like to make a public comment, please fill out the speaker slip. And on your right, there's a young lady that's got her hand up. She's got a speaker slip, so fill that out if you want to speak. And we're going to hand that to the clerk over here, is that correct? They'll hand the speaker slips to you? Okay. And so that's where the speaker slip goes, which is, okay. Let me see, so you all know where the speaker slips are. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand with the right hand icon at the bottom of the page. If you are calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. Please be prepared to speak at the time I open to public comment for a specific item you would like to address, which may include public comment for matters not on the agenda, consent item, or timed item. Each commenter will be entitled to 3 minutes of comment time. Thank you for your patience as we work to ensure that each citizen who wishes to comment has the opportunity to do so. Please be advised that today's hearing is being recorded. Okay, with this, I'll ask for the Planning Director's report.
Good morning, Chair Johnson, Commissioners. Chris Bahuli, Planning Director for Placer County. Have a couple of updates for you this morning. The first is the rezone program to meet the regional housing needs. Wanted to give you a quick update. As you all are aware, that is the program in an effort to complete Housing Element Program 1 to rezone properties to meet our housing obligations for lower income properties. And as we provided an update at your last meeting, there are approximately 1,200 units that we have to rezone properties to accommodate. We have been meeting with multiple MACs. We just met with the Granite Bay MAC last week. We also had a town hall meeting yesterday evening that had over 60 participants. So we're doing a good job at getting the word out to the community about the need for the program and the properties that are currently under consideration. As we've mentioned before, we have done outreach to about 70 property owners. We've met with over 20 of those property owners, and the majority of them are interested in participating. We are going to be scheduling a meeting before the board tentatively for September 26th to go over the candidate list of properties and based on board direction, perhaps culling the list somewhat to remove properties that are not properties where there is no interest in participating, and if the board desires to have some properties removed. So again, September 26th, tentatively scheduled. In addition, we are going to be entering into or recommending that the county enter into a contract with an environmental consultant to carry out the environmental impact report for the rezone program. That is scheduled for next week, August 15th, in front of the board. Wanted to give a quick update on our general plan update. The period for proposals to be submitted has closed. We're entertaining proposals currently. We're reviewing them. And we're hoping that a selection and contract award is going to be before the Board of Supervisors also on September 26th. As we mentioned a couple of meetings ago, once we get a consultant team underway, on board, we will come back to the Planning Commission and really do a kickoff for the general plan update with the commission. Lastly, I wanted to mention that there are a couple of items that I know the Commission has been tracking that we don't currently have dates for in front of the board, but I wanted to let you know that we are working on those. The first is the residential care home zoning text amendment. We are working on addressing board comments, and we will be scheduling that in front of the board over the next couple of months, and we will provide the Planning Commission with an update once that is set. And then at your last meeting, you heard the Airport Land Use Commission plan or compatibility plan rezone initiative. When that is scheduled for the board, I will definitely let the commission know so that we can, or so that you can participate or track. And that is it for my updates. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Questions?
One quick question, Chris. The rezone, the first rezone that you discussed, is that list different than the list that was presented when the original housing element went through?
It is.
So, do we have access to that list at this time?
Yes, we do.
And is it on public Is it public?
It's public, it's posted on our website.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to open the meeting to public comment for any item that's not on the agenda today. And so if anybody would like to speak, make sure you pick up a slip, it's on your name on it, and hand it to Andrea over here, and you can make public comment on anything not on the agenda today. Not seeing any action. Is there any action on the computer? Not seeing any action there either, huh?
We've got one.
Oh, there's one?
Hi, Deborah. If you're calling to make public comment, go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Deborah, if you wanted to make public comment, please unmute your mic. No response.
No go?
No.
Okay, so, well, apparently Deborah had her hand up, but she is unable to do something with her mic or wasn't able to talk, so we'll move on. And so now we'll be dealing with the consent agenda. We have 2 items on the agenda. One is an action item from the July 27th meeting, and also a time extension request for the North Star at Tahoe Porcupine Hill subdivision, which has been approved previously and is would like to have a 1-year extension. And so is there anybody on the commission that would like to pull any item from the consent agenda? Anybody in the audience? Anybody online? Okay, well, with that, I will request a motion.
And Chair, I would just suggest for this that you take 2 separate motions, one for each item,
Okay,
because there may be abstentions to
yeah.
some.
so separate motions on each item. Okay, any takers on making a motion?
I'll make a motion on the first. I'd be pleased to make a motion on the first item.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, roll call.
I have a first from Commissioner Watts and a second from Commissioner Dahlgren. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes,
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Ronton?
I'll abstain, I was not at the meeting.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Abstain, also not at the meeting.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're looking for a motion on the second.
And I'd like to make a motion on the Porcupine Hill extension.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, let's do a roll call.
I have a first from Commissioner Watts, a second from Commissioner Dahlgren. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes,
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Ronton?
Abstain?
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Thank you.
okay, well, at this time, we'll be moving on to our timed items, of which the first 2 items are related to rafting use permits and licenses in the Truckee River. Planning staff will be providing one presentation that will cover both the Tahoe Sierra Recreation and Tahoe Mountain Air Sports conditional use permit modifications. And so with that, we're looking for staff. Okay, and so anybody that would like to ultimately comment on this, make sure you fill out a comment slip.
Good morning, Chair Johnson and Commissioners. The items before you today, get here. The items before you today are requests for conditional use permit modifications to allow continued outdoor recreational concessions and rafting licenses, to allow continued operation of commercial river rafting rental businesses for both the Truckee River Raft Company and Tahoe Mountaineer Sports along the Truckee River for an additional 3-year term in compliance with Section 5.16.290B of the Placer County Code, which provides rafting license requirements. Operations for the rafting companies are limited to summer months, weather and water flow permitting, which is typically about 58 days per season between June to September, and excludes years the companies are unable to operate due to drought, low water conditions, and high flow conditions. Please note that the rafting companies will not be able to operate for the 2023 season due to low flow conditions related to timing of release of water into the river. The commercial rafting businesses operate along the Truckee River from Tahoe City to Alpine Meadows. The rafting put-in location is in Tahoe City, approximately a quarter mile southwest of the intersection of State Route 28 and Westlake Boulevard. The rafting takeout locations are at River Ranch Lodge and Restaurant and just south of the River Ranch at Bell's Landing. Both takeout locations for the rafting companies are near the intersection of Alpine Meadows Road and State Route 89.
Could I ask that you pause for just a second?
Yeah.
Rich, is it possible for IT to get these slides projected here? On the screen
Oh,
here?
you're wondering whether the slide that's on the screen can be on?
Yeah,
the
I mean,
projector?
Okay,
Okay,
it's
you got it.
better.
Sounds good.
And I think I forgot to introduce myself, but I'm Shannon Hill with the Planning Division's Tahoe office. Sorry about that. So moving on, this slide shows an overview of the approximately 3.5-mile stretch of the Truckee River between Tahoe City and Alpine Meadows on which commercial rafting operations occur. In addition to the point of ingress and limited on-site parking, the points of egress for each of the rafting companies, and the approved off-site parking areas for each of the companies. Rafting license requirements are summarized in Article 5.16, Part 2 of the Placer County Code, and the applicable requirements are summarized on this slide, including 3-year rafting license terms, limits of 100 rafting tags per company for a total of 200 raft tags, the window of time rafting companies can operate each day, which is from 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., providing free shuttles between parking areas, raft put-in location, and raft takeout locations, U.S. Coast Guard approved flotation devices, advisory signs to indicate areas along the river that are private property, sanitation facilities and waste receptacles, providing off-street parking for customers, and litter maintenance along the river. It should also be noted that when rafting companies are operational, they pick up litter and other waste, including discarded rafts left by private rafters as well. A minor use permit is required by the Tahoe Basin Area Plan implementing regulations for proposed outdoor recreation concessions. However, a conditional use permit is required for the proposed use in open space and water influence districts. Therefore, the proposals include approval and issuance of a conditional use permit modification along with the rafting license. Please note that all rafting license requirements, in addition to mitigation measures from the Mitigated Negative Declaration, M&D for short, have been adopted as conditions of approval for previous license terms and are provided as recommended conditions of approval for the current license term. The recommended conditions of approval are included in Attachment C to the staff report for each rafting company. In addition, since 2002, Placer County has been requiring that the commercial rafting businesses pay a fair share fee towards river cleanup, habitat restoration, rafter education, and monitoring responsibilities. Staff has reviewed the River Monitor Report for the 2022 rafting season, which summarizes compliance with rafting license requirements and conditions of approval, in addition to other topics, including counts of private versus commercial rafters. All rafts, as defined in Placer County Code and summarized on this slide, are included in the raft counts summarized in the River Monitor report. For the 2022 rafting season, commercial rafters accounted for approximately 35% of total rafters, and private rafters accounted for approximately 65% of that total. In addition to the River Monitor position, a Truckee River Water Quality Monitoring Plan was required by the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board in order to monitor water quality impacts of land use along the Truckee River, in addition to monitoring potential impacts associated with rafting operations. Monitoring and sampling required by this plan include biannual rafting assessments on years when rafting companies are operational, which includes documentation of problem sites that may contribute to pollutant loading along the stretch of the river where commercial rafting operations occur, assessment of completed restoration projects, presentation of results, and providing recommendations for any necessary corrective actions. The last inspections of rafting segments of the river was performed in water year 2020. Out of the 23 monitoring sites, 7 of the sites indicated that there is potential for negative water quality impacts, and upward trends for 5 of the sites indicated potential for negative water quality impacts has decreased. The improved conditions were noted as being associated primarily with the Truckee River Trail Stabilization and Restoration Project completed in 2018, which included reconstruction of the entire length of the bike trail from Tahoe City to River Ranch, rock energy dissipation at culverts, rock slope stabilizer installation, and stair installation to improve access from the highway, and 3 restoration sites with in-stream improvements and ingress and egress improvements. The remaining 11 sites out of the 23 monitored were assigned the not apparent trend, which indicates that there's no evidence that the access points were stabilizing or deteriorating. An initial study and mitigated negative declaration was adopted on May 22nd, 2014 for the conditional use permits and rafting licenses that allow the commercial rafting rental businesses to operate on the Truckee River from Tahoe City to Alpine Meadows. And an addendum to the 2014 adopted M&D was prepared for the current renewal term for CEQA compliance. After review of the River Monitor report and Truckee River Water Quality Monitoring Plan, staff has concluded that none of the conditions described in CEQA guidelines section 15162 calling for preparation of a subsequent EIR or negative declaration have occurred. Okay, and prior to getting to the recommendation, we did receive 2 public comment letters yesterday, and these were regarding traffic congestion on weekends and parking on the sides of the streets on 89 near River Ranch. Rafting company boats parked on the west side of the river when rescuing people from the river, alcohol use on the river, and trash cleanup. And yeah, that was the extent of the comments there. But many of these, so the rafting companies have approved off-site parking areas that they manage for the commercial rafting operations, but many private rafters do park on the side of the road, which isn't regulated by the companies. And when operational, the companies do provide trash pickup and waste receptacles and snorkeling to get trash out of the river for both private and commercial rafting. Okay, so therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the addendum to the previously adopted 2014 M&D and the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, supported by the findings contained in the staff report, and approve the conditional use permit modification for outdoor recreation concessions and the rafting license for Truckee River Raft Company to continue to operate a commercial river raft rental business along the Truckee River for an additional 3-year term, subject to the conditions of approval and supported by the findings contained in the staff report. In addition to that, we'd like to recommend modification of condition number 32, which currently reads that the rafting, this next 3-year term will expire on August 10th, 2026, and amend that language to say, unless there is an amendment to Code Section 5.16.290B, providing for an additional time period, which would be subject to Planning Director approval. And that concludes the recommendation for the first company.
I have one question, and it's kind of overarching. What is the control on the river? If you could just briefly describe when the river flow is allowed to go at a max or at an opportunity for the companies versus this period we're in right now.
Yeah, so I don't have all the information on when the water releases do occur, but I know just from working on these permit renewals that the ideal operational volume of water for the rafting companies to be able to operate is like 300 cubic feet per second, and anything lower than that just makes a bumpy ride. So they've opted to not open this year since the releases didn't occur in appropriate time for a long season.
And so there are no restrictions on personal rafting on
Not,
this section of the river?
not currently, no.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Okay, well, thank you. And now I'll open it up to public comment. And so I don't see anybody that's stepped forward with a comment slip, but if you would like to comment, you're sure welcome to do it. Go back and get a comment slip from the young lady that's sitting on the right side of the building with her hand up. And you can surely comment if you'd like. Not seeing any.
Just for reference too, before we close public comment, this is on the first item, which is with Truckee River Raft Company. There will be a second item that will come up with Tahoe Mountain Air Sports.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry, the slide was out of order there. Sorry about that. This is the correct slide for the first company.
And similarly, public comment would be on the Truckee River Raft Company item. And there will be a separate public comment for the Tahoe Mountain Air Sports item.
Oh, we'll have separate public comments then? Okay. And so the first one we're going to deal with is what, Truckee River? Okay, are there any comments on Truckee River? Okay, seeing none. Is there anybody online that is making comments?
I'll read the whole thing if you don't mind.
Huh?
I'll read it though. I'd like to make a motion.
Actually, if I may
Wait.
interject, we also have the applicant here, and if you'd like to bring the applicant up.
Oh, the applicants, right.
Deborah has her hand up online again. Do you want me to try?
Okay, yeah, I skipped a beat there. Let me close the public comment for just a minute and invite the applicants up if they'd like to speak.
Okay.
No? So this is Truckee River? Okay, would you like to speak? What about the Truckee River group?
I actually have a question for the applicant, and it's probably applicable to both applicants. And I'm just curious about the parking aspects of this. I probably rafted this section of the river 6 times. And certainly there's a little bit of concern indicated in some of the public comment about parking. I have seen that as well personally. I've also biked this area probably 50 times. And it can be an interesting negotiation with traffic and that sort of thing. So do you have any recommendations for the county in this area to try to mitigate and ultimately relieve this parking situation, which I think we, would all agree can be an issue from time to time.
Good morning. I'm Sam Rudnick. My children run Truckee River Raft Company. And in answer to the parking question from our side, we can take 300 cars off the road every day that we raft. And hopefully if the river's running fast, then we can turn that maybe twice a day. But, for the last 50 years, it has been the wishes of Placer County that we would supply all the parking, and we've done that. So we supply all private parking, as do our neighbors, and I totally agree with you, where, I don't know if you're familiar with what we call Hidden Valley, and it's up on top right across from River Ranch, and we can put over 200 cars right there. But the last few years, it's become so dangerous with all the private parking. They block ingress and egress. They'll block our driveways. Our neighbors have it worse on the other side. I don't know what we can do. We just want to be good neighbors. But that is an issue, and I think Caltrans or Highway Patrol should address that. We do the best we can, but, the public sometimes aren't very well mannered. And they'll just park right in the middle of your driveway, and we can't get our buses in and out. And, we hope that the way we operate today is a real benefit because, we park them, they stay there all day, we bus them up, pick them up, take them back to their car, and, it seems to work well for us. Are there any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Would you like to address it? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Richard Corsier. I'm one of the family members from Truckee River Rafting. And as far as the public parking down there, there's a lot more parking in Tahoe City where people get in. There's no parking for the public at River Ranch where they're all getting out. So they're just on both sides of the highway. And that's causing trouble because now you have people with little kids and all their rafts and paddles trying to cross the highway back and forth to get to their car. So like my suggestion would be to cut off all the parking on the opposite side of the highway for number one. Number two is for private rafting, you need 2 cars for each raft going down. You have to have one at the launch where you're putting in at. Usually both cars drive to the other end, they leave one there, and then they get in the second car, drive back up, and park. So it's 2 cars for each one. So they tried TART busing. It would have to be a public busing situation because there is no property down there to fit all these cars from public rafting. So it has to be some type of constant bus just going back and forth for rafting. Right now, they're waiting for like the TART schedule, which comes like every half hour, every hour. It would have to be multiple buses going back and forth to get these people up so they don't leave one car at River Ranch. They can park in Tahoe City and then just get bused back up.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
may I ask, have there been any conversations with the TART or the TART Connect on-demand service?
Not that I know of for this kind of volume, because it's going to take it to a whole new level because there's so many rafters out there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And from what I understand, 65% of them are private, and then,
Yes.
okay, so it's the majority of them are.
Yes,
private.
and it's growing like every year. And like with our big rafts, we do have to close at a certain level. There's no restrictions at all in the public. They'll be out there right now, even though they're not really going anywhere. They're just sort of bumping along, so they'll be there. Okay?
Thank you.
Oh, and there is the part about, we do have accidents down there, public, private, and the access to the property down there is really restricted by all the private parking right there for emergency vehicles. So, okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Okay, so I'll open up for public comment again, and we're going to take the two companies separately. Is there anybody that would like to make a public comment on the Truckee River Raft Company? Fill out a slip and not seeing anybody? Anybody online?
Yes, we have two. Deborah has her hand up again, so we'll try again.
Okay. And this is for the,
Hi, Deborah, if you can hear me, go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make a comment. Hi, Ellie. Go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you. Ellie Waller. I support both companies. I know you're doing just one. The parking is an issue. I was an employee of the Truckee River Rafting Company. I can support all the comments made today. Parking is a systemic problem around the lake, and this is just one area. Also has, so the private people are creating havoc for the businesses along the riverfront and the lake. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Is that it?
Yes.
Let me see now, are there any comments on the Tahoe Mountain Air Sports Incorporated?
I'm sorry, you would need to take action first on this,
Oh, on
on
this
this
one?
item, and then move to the.
Okay, take them separately? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so now, is there any questions or comments, or staff, would you like to make any further comments?
No further comments
Okay,
from staff.
and Truckee River Raft Company, do you have any more comments? Okay. Staff, commissioners, any questions?
No question. I'm
Okay.
prepared to make a motion.
Okay,
Just a sec. If,
Please.
I would like I'd like my colleagues to perhaps support a request or a task to the staff to examine the parking situation. And to me, it seems like it is maybe it's not solvable, but you could probably mitigate this either through enforcement or, as one suggestion was, restrict parking to one side of the road. Also work with TART to try to come up with some type of process and inform potential private rafters that they are going to be, able to get a bus back, those sorts of things. I mean, I don't know. But take a look at that, because I do think, having personally seen it, and listened to people as well, and also read some of the input here, that this is a legitimate concern and a legitimate safety concern that probably should be examined.
Thank you. Yes. So one of the issues with trying to enforce this is it's on a state highway, State Route 89, which would be Caltrans jurisdiction. And I don't, if anybody has something to add.
Well, just to, just in response to the comment made by Commissioner Woodward, that is certainly something that staff can explore further. My understanding is that staff is currently working on a parking management plan for North Lake Tahoe that will eventually be presented to the board, but based on the comments and the interest of the commission, I think we can bring back an update to the commission prior to that item going before the board.
That'd be great. I mean, I'm not looking to solve it today, but it would be nice to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to take both of these initiatives together or separate?
You would just be taking motions on the first item for Truckee River Raft Company, which is the one on the slide.
Okay,
I was about to make a motion on the Truckee River Raft Company, but, Mr. Planning Director, I'd like to make sure you're going to include National Avenue in that parking management plan, because it's a nightmare. Thank you. So, I would move that the Planning Commission adopt the addendum to the previously adopted 2014 mitigated negative deck and the mitigated monitoring and reporting program, supported by the findings contained in the staff report presented here today.
Okay.
Second.
Motion, second? Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Watts and a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Rontine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would also make a motion to approve the conditional use permit modification for outdoor recreation concessions and the rafting license for Truckee River Raft Company to continue to operate a commercial river raft rental business along the Truckee River for an additional 3-year term, subject to the conditions of approval and supported by the findings contained in the final report. Thank you.
So Commissioners, before there's a second on that, just to add that there was a comment made by Ms. Hill that the condition 32 would be modified as a result. If you'd like, I can read that back into the record, but that would need to be part of the motion as well.
I think that would be appropriate to read it back in there. I had my note here and I just wasn't looking at it. I apologize.
Yeah, so following the first sentence where it states that the use permit would be valid for 36 months and expire on August 10th, 2026, it would read that unless section 5.16.290B is amended to provide for an additional time period subject to planning director approval.
Thank you.
Is there a
Second.
second? Okay. Roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Watts and a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Rontine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on to Tahoe Mountain Sports. Is there any public comment on Tahoe Mountain Sports? Make sure you fill out a slip if you'd like to comment. Not seeing any. Do we have anybody online? Okay, would staff like to comment anything differently about this particular?
No further staff comments, other than the approved off-site parking areas. The operations are almost identical, besides the egress points, which are very close to each other, and the off-site parking areas, which are across the street from each other. So recommendation would be the same.
Okay.
I have a question.
Any from the you have a question?
Would the addendum we just added to the last motion apply in this case as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any more comments from the applicant? Okay, and so with that, with nobody online, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission.
I have no further questions.
Okay, got a second, first and a second?
May I just say ditto?
Second. Seconded ditto.
So that, the language as applied there would be the motion as amended by the commentary on the term.
Yeah, I'd suggest that we read through
Okay,
the
all right.
motion, apologize, but I think for the record, it's clear.
Next time I'll sit closer.
I can do it if you'd like.
Please do.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion then. Staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the following. Adopt the addendum to the previously adopted 2014 mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, supported by the findings contained in the staff report.
Okay, is there a
I
second?
second that.
Roll call?
I have a first by Commissioner Woodward and a second by Commissioner Watts. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Rontine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I may need
Commissioner? I just want to say, I had eye surgery about a month ago, otherwise I could do this, so thank you very much for
no
stepping in.
problem. Yeah, I've got a good seat, I guess. And I may need some assistance with this second portion, but further recommend that we approve recommend to the planning, that we approve, the planning commission approve the following. Approve the conditional use permit modification for outdoor recreation concessions and the rafting license for Tahoe Mountain Air Sports to continue to operate a commercial river raft rental business along the Truckee River for an additional 3-year term, subject to conditions of approval and supported by the findings contained in the staff report as modified.
Subject to modification of condition 32.
Okay, so that's my motion.
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Commissioner Watts. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Rontine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, there are
And,
appeal rights to both of those actions as well.
Appeal rights.
You want that?
Appeal rights.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. This decision is appealable to the Board of Supervisors, and you have 10 days to file your appeal if you desire to do that. Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move on to our third timed item. And this is the Sierra Nevada Olympic Winter Museum presentation, and we have Patrick Dobbs who's going to make a presentation on this.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and members of the public. I'm Patrick Dobbs of the Planning Services Division. And this item is a public hearing to receive comments on the draft environmental impact report for the proposed Sierra Nevada Olympic Winter Museum and Community Cultural Center, so SNOW being an acronym there. It is CEQA guidance and county policy to hold public hearings on EIR projects that are being reviewed by the commission. There will be a future hearing with the Planning Commission in which you'll consider the full project entitlements and final EIR and make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. But the purpose of today's hearing is to receive public comments on the completeness and accuracy of the draft EIR for the SNOW Museum. This is not the opportunity to discuss the merits of the project. The notice of availability for publication of the SNOW Museum draft EIR was broadly disseminated to adjacent property owners, those who commented on the EIR's notice of preparation, local libraries, the Olympic Valley Municipal Advisory Council, North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council, the Sierra Sun and SAC-B newspapers, and state, federal agencies and tribes. I'm aware of 2 comment letters that we've received. I believe you've all have copies of those. The project is located in eastern Placer County in the community of Olympic Valley, which is south of the town of Truckee and northwest of Tahoe City along Highway 89. The project is within the Squaw Valley General Plan, and we have included an erratum regarding the renaming of things to Olympic Valley. So I apologize for the reference. From here on out, I'm just going to call it the community plan, and like community plans you're familiar with, it is a policy document. Unlike some of the other community plans, this has the zoning, permissible uses, development standards, design guidelines. So you can think of it as basically a miniature general plan and zoning ordinance for Olympic Valley. The site is located southwest of the intersection of Olympic Valley Road and State Route 89 and Olympic Valley Park. The project area is approximately 1 acre. It's kind of outlined in that green color. So 1 acre of the nearly 27-acre park. The building would be in an undeveloped area of the park. It's a forested setting with rock outcrops between the park driveway entrance above and the pickleball courts below. The area of disturbance for the project is just under 7/10 of an acre, shown in red. The community plan land use designation for the park is conservation preserve. Zoning is forest recreation. Museums are not a permissible use within the forest recreation zone district or any other zone district in the community plan. The proposed project is a museum celebrating the 1960 Winter Olympics and the history of winter skiing and sports in the Sierra Nevadas. And there's a community center component with meeting space for civic, educational, and recreational activities. The proposed project includes construction of a new, approximately 20,000 square foot, 2-story building. There are various site improvements, some outdoor gathering spaces. There's landscaping, a short trail connector to the Tower of Nations Monument on the corner. There's an existing unpaved island down here in the parking lot that'll be paved to provide some additional parking spaces. There's additional ADA parking up there near the entrance of the museum, as well as public restrooms. This grading for the site or preparation would require about 1,500 cubic yards of cut. About 300 cubic yards would be backfilled for a net export of 1,200 cubic yards hauled off site. It is a contemporary architectural design. The building height is just under 30 feet as we measure height on sloped sites. The exterior is comprised of naturally appearing building materials in earth tone colors. There's batten seam, copper siding, and roofing, board-formed concrete foundation with heavy timber accents. Most of the lower floor, this is the first floor plan, most of the lower floor is dedicated to the history of Sierra Nevada and that exhibit space. There are restrooms and office spaces on the lower floor. But due to the site, the second floor is where the primary entry is. And the majority of the second floor will be dedicated to Olympic displays. This does include a community and multi-use room with a large deck. There is a library and classroom, as well as a museum store and cafe. The project, the list of actions and entitlements being requested include certification of the final environmental impact report for the project and the associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program. There is a general plan amendment, which is a community plan amendment. This would create a new zone district, which we've called cultural amenities. We would rezone the approximately 1 acre portion of that project site into this new cultural amenities zone district that's being established. There's a zoning text amendment to section 122440 of the county code regarding park hours of operations that would allow park hours to be extended for evening activities at the museum. There's a conditional use permit requirement, there's a design review, and there's potential for a minor land division. And I think the correct word is conveyance when a government entity subdivides its own property. But nevertheless, the outcome would be to create a 1 acre standalone parcel for the museum. And it's odd for me to tell you that there's something that's pending or there's potential, because usually we have this stuff pretty dialed before we bring it to you. But I would just say that that decision will be made soon, and it's part of a broader discussion that is related to a deed restriction on the property. The county purchased the property from the Forest Service in 2000. The deed that conveyed the property to the county includes the following restriction. The use of the property for a community park does not include the use of the property for private development of a commercial, residential, or industrial nature. So whether the proposed museum and community center is consistent with the deed restriction is really a legal consideration. This is an environmental impact. Our county executive office is currently working with the Forest Service regarding resolution on this deed restriction, but it is something for you to be aware of. The EIR Notice of Preparation and Initial Study was published in March of 2022. At that time, we held a scoping meeting on the EIR. The notice of availability for the draft EIR was published on July 10th, and the 45-day comment period runs through August 23rd of this year. As I mentioned, we completed an initial study in an effort to focus the scope of the EIR. So there was an upfront comprehensive evaluation of the environmental resource areas that covered the summation of the environmental impacts that this project could contribute to. And I think I'd like to ask you to just kind of think of it as though there's three buckets. There's those resource categories that were evaluated in the initial study and determined to be less than significant. There are those resource areas that were determined to be significant, but with application of standard mitigation measures and conditions of approval, they were deemed less than significant at the initial study stage. And finally, those items that were left for the further evaluation in the EIR. And so that's what I'm going to try to describe here. So those resource categories that are listed on the screen, you know, there is no farmland. Timberland production would be inconsistent with the park. There's no mining. There's no direct population or housing growth inducing impacts. This won't affect response times for fire and sheriff. It won't generate additional demand for school enrollment or libraries, and there's adequate services. So all of these items were evaluated and determined to be less than significant at the initial study stage. The initial study analysis did identify a number of resource categories with potentially significant impacts. And what I'm trying to distinguish here on the slide is those resource categories with the MM under them. That's biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality. Those indicate mitigation measures for those resource categories that were identified in the initial study. So I'll just touch on a few. I mean, biological resources, it's pretty fragmented habitat. It's in the middle of a park next to a highway. Nevertheless, there are special status bats and migrating birds and raptors. So prior to construction, there will be biologists out there looking for evidence of those species. There's some drainage areas that will require wetland delineation. In the event of inadvertent discovery of artifacts or bones that could have cultural significance, work would stop. Appropriate individuals would be contacted. As it relates to geology and soils, there's improvement plans, there's site winterization, geotechnical reports, there's erosion control. Regarding hazardous materials, there is some fill on the site. The site was used as somewhat of a quarry and a rock sorting area prior to construction of the 1960 Olympics, so there could be some contaminated soil. There's some direction regarding measures to remediate that if that's the case. And finally, on hydrology and water quality, there's drainage reports required. BMP is low impact development to protect water quality. So I'm trying to make the point that you're not going to see a lot of that in the EIR. We didn't overlook it. We addressed it in the initial study. But that leaves chapters on aesthetics, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and energy, noise, transportation, and wildfire to be addressed in the EIR, and land use and planning. That's really compatibility with community plan policies and consistency. You know, that analysis is woven throughout all the EIR chapters, and land use and planning doesn't have a chapter in and of itself. So I'm finally at the point of the EIR that we're here to talk about today. And with that context, I'd just like to walk you through it. Chapters 1, 2, and 3 include an introduction, an executive summary, and a project description. So the museum building would be visible from Highway 89 and Olympic Valley Road. Chapter 4 evaluates the aesthetics and the change of visual character and quality of the site and surroundings as a result of the project. There is a requirement that the project go through design review approval. This is with the Olympic Valley Citizens Design Review Committee, but for reasons that I've touched on regarding naturally appearing building materials, it won't be silhouetted above a ridge line. It won't affect distant views. Most of the aesthetic conclusions resulted in less than significant impacts. However, the project could create a new source of substantial light and glare, and so mitigation measure 4.3 was added to require approval of a dark sky compliant lighting plan and low reflectivity glass. And with the implementation of that mitigation measure, that impact will be reduced to less than significant. Chapter 5 discusses air quality emissions, climate change impacts, and energy consumption, which is regulated by various state, federal, and local governments. Construction and operational and cumulative impacts will be below the Placer County Air Pollution Control District thresholds of significance. So with application of standard Conditions of approval, the project will not result in substantial emissions or visible pollutants, odor, or particulate deposition into Lake Tahoe. So there are no significant impacts identified for those resource categories. Chapter 6 describes the existing noise environment of the project and vicinity. It identifies potential impacts related to noise and vibration associated with construction as well as operation. The project will comply with the county's noise ordinance and Title 24 of the Building Code. Saxelby Acoustics provided a acoustic analysis, and that analysis determined that the project would not generate substantial permanent increase in ambient noises in excess of standards. However, temporary noise construction could increase by a little over 15 decibels, and that is substantial. And so mitigation measure 6.1 was added to require preparation of a construction noise management plan. This involves hours of operation where equipment is located in relation to sensitive receptors. Implementation of mitigation measure 6.1 will reduce that impact to less than significant. Chapter 7 discusses the transportation analysis. LSC Transportation Consultants prepared a transportation impact analysis, a trip generation memorandum, and a VMT, a vehicle miles traveled memorandum. Chapter 7 discusses VMT screening criteria for local serving non-residential development and recreational amenities. The analysis concludes that it won't conflict with vehicle safety, emergency access, or programs that support alternative transportation, but construction activity, construction traffic, the temporary sound walls associated with some off-site sewer work, those could interfere with roadway operations during the construction phase. And so mitigation measure 7.1 requires construction signage and a traffic control plan. And implementation of that mitigation measure will reduce that impact to less than significant. Chapter 8 discusses the wildfire impacts. Atlas Planning Solution prepared an emergency preparedness and evacuation plan. Olympic Valley is within the wildland urban interface and located within the state responsibility area. The site is identified as a very high fire hazard severity area. The analysis concludes that the project would not exacerbate wildfire risks due to prevailing winds and slopes and other factors. However, and you're kind of seeing a similar theme here, during construction, those wildfire risks could be exacerbated. And so there is a requirement for CAL FIRE approved spark arresters on equipment during construction. Getting there. Chapter 9 discusses the statutorily required sections. There are no growth-inducing impacts. There are no cumulative impacts. This does include foreseeable projects within the park and other projects nearby, like the Village of Palisades Tahoe specific plan. Build-out will not result in significant irreversible environmental changes, and as I said, with implementation of the recommended mitigation measures, all impacts are reduced to less than significant. CEQA does require a range of alternatives, a reasonable range of alternatives to be considered. 3 project alternatives were analyzed: the no project, no build alternative. There is a 7-Eleven off-site alternative, which analyzed a 4.6 acre parcel just to the north. And then there's a reduced project alternative, which would reduce the size of the building by approximately 1,400 square feet and really kind of take away the community center component of it. So Chapter 10 describes the alternative analysis, a comparison of project impacts, how those alternatives align with the project objectives, and it discusses the CEQA environmentally superior alternative. The 45-day public comment period for the EIR closes on August 23rd. There will be future opportunities for the public to participate. As I mentioned, it will go before the Olympic Valley MAC as an action item, where we'll request the MAC make a recommendation on the project. We'll come back to the Planning Commission as a public hearing where you will make a recommendation on the project and the final EIR to the Board of Supervisors, and ultimately to the Board of Supervisors for the project entitlements and final EIR. And I anticipate that to be early 2024. The county addresses for written and electronic comments are on the screen. The project documentation is available on the online, including the draft EIR. Before I finish, I would just like to make a couple introductions. Stephanie, if you don't mind standing up, and Mike. we have co-applicants on this application. Stephanie Holloway is your Eastern County Executive Officer, so the CEO office, and from the nonprofit Snow Museum Foundation, Mike Levac is here. The EIR consultant, Rainey Management and Planning, they're online. Nick Papani and Rod Stinson are with us. So the project team is here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is no formal action requested of the commission. Staff requests that you accept our report and presentation, that you open for public comment, and the county will consider all comments received during the comment period and respond and prepare written responses to all comments in the final EIR as required by CEQA. Thank you.
I have one question.
Okay.
Rich. Another great standard briefing from you, Patrick. I appreciate it very much. So we have a thing here where we're going to do a land use district. We're going to establish a land use district called cultural amenities, right?
Yes,
This is new to the county, is that true?
that's true.
So why is that required? I assume we have, we have libraries, museums, and all kinds of other things in Placer. So why do we have to establish some kind of new land use?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Woodward. You will see in different area plans, I mean, it's not unusual for community plans and such to have zoning districts that you don't see in the remainder of the county code. So, for example, Sunset Area Plan, you'll see Innovation District, Entertainment and Mixed Use. So the dilemma, I guess, that we or the applicants faced, I guess, was that museums were not permissible within this plan. And so the choice was to add museums potentially as a permissible use within the Forest Recreation District. We were concerned about unintended consequences. There's, I think, thousands of acres of forest recreation. We weren't looking to put museums all over. And so, again, I don't know that there's multiple ways this could be done, but the selection was made in this case to establish a new district. That way, you don't really need to evaluate that potential elsewhere. And then anyone who, in the future wanted to rezone into this new district, I mean, that would be discretionary action that would come before you all. So it's a tighter package.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, Patrick. Good to hear you again. I've got a couple of generic questions about this and one specific chapter question. So I'm going to start off with probably the easiest question of all. We were there, I've looked at the site. I understand that it's a current parkland facility, and there's the typical restroom. Did you mention in your presentation that there would be restrooms within the actual museum facility? I thought I heard that, but I'm not positive.
Yeah, so currently there is a vault toilet. The park doesn't have sewer connection, but this project would bring the sewer connection. There are, yes, new restrooms downstairs. Some of them are accessible from within the building, and some of them are accessible outside of the building from like pickleball. So yes, there will be new restrooms.
Would this new zoning designation allow for something akin to event center activity within the facility itself? I think I heard yes, but I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on that.
Yeah, let me.
And I'm probably not using the right term, but when I mean an event center, there's many in this county. Would it allow for some sort of collaborative celebration or something like that? I don't know.
I am cautious when I hear that term because people start thinking weddings and that sort of thing, and that's not the case here. Again, it is county property, and will there be events? Could we be having a planning commission meeting there in the future? Very likely. Could there be evening fundraising events for the museum and that sort of thing? There are limitations on what was evaluated, and we wouldn't consider it an event center.
Right. Well, thank you for correcting that. I was looking for that assistance, so thank you. Probably the more specific question is on Chapter 6, on GHG and AB 743 requirements on VMT. It seemed as if you have a very small amount of identified additional traffic coming in, for lack of, I don't use the right term, but I think you'll get a sense of it. And that consequently, you're able to mitigate that through normal county processes?
Yeah, yes. What is, the museum is not going to be the destination for
Right.
most people. It's this idea of internal capture and pass-by traffic, folks that are coming up here to do other things. So the county has, adopted various VMT screening criteria, and I mentioned some of those regarding local serving non-residential uses, and those names can be a little misleading. But, yes, that this project screens out, so to speak,
Okay.
and is below the thresholds of significance for vehicle
Thank you. That's what I
mileage.
wanted to hear, and I just hadn't been able to figure out how to pin that down separately, so I appreciate that. So I'm done with my questions.
Yeah, and I can add a little bit to that, too. What Patrick is referring to is the Transportation Study Guidelines. Those were adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 2020. They were amended in 2021. They've got certain criteria that if projects meet those, then they're screened out and basically are presumed to have less than significant impacts for purposes of VMT. One of those is local serving non-residential development, which includes libraries, community centers. This seems to fit largely within that as well, but there is also a recreational amenities option that can be screened out too if you've got something that is an amenity to an existing recreational facility. And we think that fits within it. So under either one of those criteria, this project would be screened out and on the presumption that it's less than significant on the VMT side.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I have a question. I believe, I don't know, I haven't been there, but I think there's a ski museum at Boreal in Nevada County. And so
Yes,
what
on the
I'd
summit,
ask
I don't
is,
know that, yeah.
Yeah, how does this one compare with what they're doing up there?
I've never personally been to that one. I've heard it's pretty antiquated, and so from a, level of quality in terms of the displays and such, I'm sure this is night and day compared to that old A-frame that's up on the summit. But, I'm happy if someone on the project team wants to add to that discussion. I mean, I think it will, is a much more visible location here. It's got that connection right under the flame and the rings, and so, same idea, just this is the next evolution.
Okay, yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you for hearing this matter. The plan would be for the collection that's presently on Donner Summit to be relocated to this museum if and when it's constructed. So that collection would, as well as other elements from a variety of sources, be exhibited in this new museum.
Okay, yeah, maybe you can talk a little closer to the microphone. I don't know if I picked up all that.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Mike Levac. I'm with the Sierra Nevada Olympic Winter Museum. I'm a volunteer. And the plan would be for the collection that is presently housed at Donner Summit to be displayed in this new museum if and when it is built, as well as collections from a variety of other locations. So
Okay, so basically, there would just be one instead of two?
that's right, correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have
And,
one.
and that facility is very limited and is really at the end of its useful life, and a big part of the initiative to establish and construct this new museum.
Okay, thank
I
you.
have one follow-up, if I might. Is Auburn Ski Club involved in either the current or the future or the combined?
Yes, Bill Clark of the Auburn Ski Club is on our board of directors, is a member of our building committee, and the Auburn Ski Club is also financially supporting this effort.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also have a public comment, but I'll go ahead and take a seat.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, you're the applicant, sort of, so we wanted to give you a chance. Okay, with that, Patrick, are you finished?
I just wanted to make sure there's no further questions for me.
Not seeing any. Okay, thank you. We may ask you later. We'll open it up for public comment at this time. And so is there anybody in the audience, raise your hand if you're going to comment, and make sure you have a comment slip over with our clerk. Okay, we just had you up, but you can go for it again.
Thanks again. As I mentioned, I'm Mike Levac. I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Nevada Olympic Winter Museum. I know the purpose of this meeting is really to accept comments and consider the adequacy of the draft EIR. I wanted to say that I believe the EIR does a thorough and accurate job of evaluating the very minimal potential environmental impacts of this project. Although the purpose is not to talk about the project merits, I just wanted to simply say that you know, the addition of this museum to celebrate our mountain culture and history would someday be a tremendous enrichment for our community, for our children, and for our visitors. Thank you.
Okay, I do have a question too. Apparently there's a negotiation going on or consideration with the Forest Service.
I'm aware of that, yes.
Is that going to hang something up, or what's really is going on there? Maybe our staff would want to comment.
I can help answer that, because I think that may be something the county is more involved in than the Snow Foundation on those discussions. And basically, there are discussions ongoing with the U.S. Forest Service about the deed restriction and the application here. When this project comes back with its entitlements to the Planning Commission and Board, we would need to have that resolved. So those discussions are occurring, and prior to it coming back for approval, that issue would need to be complete.
Okay, thank you.
And we at Snow certainly hope and believe there won't be any holdup. We can't imagine how this project could possibly be considered a private commercial venture. It's obviously a public benefit endeavor by a nonprofit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, do we have any other comment slips? Okay, you want to call them up by name?
Marilyn Seward?
I'm Marilyn Seward, and I
gonna
live
have to
in
pull the microphone.
361.
Yeah, speak into the microphone.
Okay, I won't get too close to it.
Get close.
Anyway, Marilyn Seward, I live at 361 Sierra Crest Trail in Olympic Valley. And first of all, I don't think that the change of zoning is, it sounds like it just came out of somebody's head and they are changing it to some non-known zone. I think that should be clarified more and defined more than it is in the EIR. Regarding, let's see, Chapter 3, number 261.3 says that this new project should be a let's see, what is the exact wording? Well, it should be well positioned away from the existing use of the land that it's going to be in. In that case, the way the plan is designed now, it's right up next to all the activities that happen in the park. And I think what they're trying to do, and this is in the county, I think they're trying to utilize the place for their benefit. It could be redesigned. In other words, that hasn't been explained in the, I mean, there's a road that abuts the fence of the pickleball courts. The other thing that I don't think it addresses, the EIR, is the air quality of the first construction buses and equipment. And then once the thing is finished, I don't think it addresses the air quality that will be created by trucks that have to bring in stuff for the restaurant, I guess, and 2, buses that would be coming through the project. I have to explain that this park is used 100%. In other words, the parking lot is not a parking lot. Little kids are learning how to ride their bicycles in the parking lot. People are testing their bicycles in the parking lot. People are standing in the middle of the parking lot chatting. And the parking lot is part of the major public use. There are occasional soccer matches and things like that, and then the park's all filled up. But on a daily use, and I'm there a lot in the summertime and in the fall and all the time, no use in the winter. But anyway, I want you to understand that the EIR does not address the fact that the whole parking lot is the park, and it's the major public part of the park. So
Okay,
when they
okay,
take
thank you. Your time is
parking
up.
places, okay. Well, air quality is not addressed for the buses and all that, and taking the public land for their private use should be addressed in the EIR.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, another comment?
If I could get Nancy Bartuch?
I didn't mention you'll
Is
have
it
3
on?
minutes. You'll
Yeah.
have 3 minutes.
My name is Nancy Bartush. I have a house in Olympic Valley. And I am down at the park literally every day to play pickleball, which we're very grateful for those courts that have been built by the county. They're much used. I'm concerned, can you hear me? That if by serving lunch, the museum would require a dumpster for debris, it would be located probably immediately adjacent to the courts, which would certainly affect our enjoyment of the area. Also, since I'm there every day, there are lots of little ones that cross to the Tot Park and get on their bikes. It's you have to just drive very, very slowly through that whole area. And I'm concerned that buses coming in and trucks would be a real hazard and interfere with the current enjoyment of the park. So the transportation area, the EIR, I don't think was really properly addressed, the impact on traffic in the area. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Doug, you want to come up?
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org, resident of Incline Village, and history on what I'll call Squaw Valley. The Reno Ski School, when I lived out at Stead Air Force Base when I was a 9-year-old boy, arranged ski lessons for all of us during the 1960 Winter Olympics. So you can imagine the excitement and the sadness and disappointment that continues to occur with this continuing destination amenity issue. Whoever it was up here said, oh, no, it's not a destination amenity. It is a destination amenity. You guys are our first line of defense in this area for making sure that we don't continue this cumulative impact of destination use. Where does it stop? Where does it stop? We're not considering the cumulative impacts on the entire Lake Tahoe Basin as well as what I'll call Squaw Valley. The other thing is rezoning, or whatever you want to call it, to cultural amenities. I mean, you guys, and so after this is built, I guess you'll go up the road and do another cultural amenity modification and open the door and say, oh, well, it's consistent with the Snow Museum cultural amenity change. It's bad planning, just really bad planning. So I hope you'll continue to consider the cumulative impacts of projects like this. We all know it's not about just this project. It's about the bigger scheme for development. We'll just keep going more and more and more. Where does it stop? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We have one online, folks.
Ed, can you go ahead and unmute your mic? You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Ed Henneveld. I'm a 45-year resident of Olympic Valley. I've had concerns about this siting of the museum since it was conceived back in 2009. Assuming you can get past the deed restrictions, which the Forest Service has already said their council disagrees with Mr. Profont, I do have some concerns that are relevant for today. There's a notion of putting in the Visitor Information Center there. This has been planned since 2005, and a Visitor Information Center has not really been analyzed in the traffic impacts or the vehicle miles traveled, the trip generations that would impact the park. I'm concerned that, as previously mentioned, that the danger to the kids, this striped walkway that's going to go across the parking lot is woefully inadequate. The park was built with summer use only in mind, and its asphalt thickness is inadequate for winter use, I think. The EIR says it's going to be resurfaced. Does that mean adding more asphalt to accommodate winter use? I'm concerned about the bus turnaround, where they'll have to go to the lower parking lot, regain elevation, and come out. I don't know if that's adequate. I really think Caltrans and you ought to look at a left turn lane to enter that site, because you go into Squaw Valley and now you have to take a left turn across 2-3 lanes of traffic just to get in there. That is a traffic nightmare. So with that, I'll be addressing the merits of the project when it comes before you again, but I'm very concerned that you're getting the cart before the horse when you haven't resolved this deed restriction. Because clearly Placer County and the lawyers from the Department of Agriculture have different reads on what use is of a commercial nature, regardless of it being a nonprofit. And that was another shortcoming in this EIR. You published Mr. Profont's letter, but you didn't mention Eli Alano, the Tahoe National Supervisor's letter that disagreed with that. It's hidden deep in the EIR document and is an addendum, but it's disingenuous. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Alyssa, go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Hi, my name is Elisa Adriani. I'm a close to lifetime resident of Olympic Valley. I live here with my children who attend local schools. They grew up going to the park as toddlers. I did write a letter to all of you about my concerns. My main concern is the financial impact of this, which I've never seen anything come across on that. I am also on the Municipal Advisory Committee for Olympic Valley, but it seems that there hasn't been any sort of public outreach letting the public know what this will cost to construct, where the funds will come from, and then the biggest expense is going to be ongoing maintenance and staffing for this. And then there's not been the public outreach to people of if they want their tax dollars spent on this. To me, a museum is a one and done thing. I'll go to it once and I will probably never go again. My kids play sports and there's a big shortage of field space in the area for kids. My daughter played soccer inside the Ride Out gym all spring because we couldn't get any field space. Sometimes they play in a parking lot with cones and parents trying to keep cars from driving towards the kids. So I know that maybe there are people that would like to have a museum and a visitor center, but I think that the public elected officials need to ask the community how they want their tax dollars spent and give them a clear picture of what this will cost, what, departments the funds will come from general funds, recreation, where is it coming from, who's going to pay to maintain it, or TOT funds, because a lot of people would like to see ball fields or bike paths or low-income housing because they can't keep their businesses open because they can't find employees. So I don't feel that any of this has been looked at, yet this project seems to be getting plowed through without any outreach. Also, as someone who brought toddlers to that playground, I don't see how you're gonna have buses in there safely with children, and buses in the summertime idle for the air conditioning, and the emissions of an idling bus next to pickleball courts, tot lots, and soccer fields, or just somebody parking their car and taking their bike off and getting their shoes on to go on a bike ride. They shouldn't have to breathe the fumes from a bus full of people coming to a museum. It's a park, it's meant for recreation. There's many other sites that are more suitable. But even at another site, I feel that the financial analysis and presentation to the community, if they want their tax dollars spent on this, needs to be done before anything else is done with this project. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are we done? Okay, with that, apparently we don't have any more commenters, so I'll close the public hearing. And is staff still available? If you have any further comments you want to make with regards to where we're at?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm having trouble hearing that. Again, we're really here to listen today, and thank you for everyone's participation. I heard mention in the Forest Service deed restriction, traffic, and a number of associated elements in terms of parking lot safety, air quality. There's expenditure of public funds, and there's the issue of cumulative impact. So again, we appreciate everyone's participation and comments, and we'll respond to those comments in the final EIR.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that, I guess we don't have anything more on this. The meeting today was just for review, and so you have a period of time now to respond with written comments, as well as the comments you made today, and all those comments will be answered in the final document. So with that, we'll move on to our next item. Oh, I might ask too, out of respect for the speakers, I'd ask that you hold your applause. I know it's kind of, sometimes you feel like clapping when somebody says something, but it can be disrespectful for people who are speaking, and we want to give people the full opportunity to comment. Thank you. Okay, with this, I'm looking for Crystal. And the topic for this one is the Tahoe Basin Area Plan.
Thank you, and good, can you hear me okay? I don't know if this is on. Is it on? Yeah?
Yes, make sure you're speaking to the microphone. It's not
I
really
got it.
coming across real clearly.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Crystal Jacobson, the Assistant Director of the Community Development Resource Agency, and I oversee the Tahoe City office. I want to thank you for coming to Tahoe today and being here with the Tahoe community. I think the folks in the room appreciate you making the trip up, so thank you for that. The item before you today is a county-initiated amendment package to our Tahoe Basin Area Plan. That is the area plan is a governing document a land use document that governs land use development in the Tahoe Basin area. So it includes revisions aimed at promoting and encouraging economic sustainability and the production of housing. I am here today with a team of county staff who have led this effort and are going to present today. So we do have Emily Setzer and Stacy Wydra here. They're going to present. They are out of our Tahoe office and have been leading this. We also have a lot of other county staff in the room. I'll address them or introduce them as if if they're needed for questions as we move forward. And then in addition, we do have Dan Segan here from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, who would like to provide some comments directly following staff's presentation and before you enter into public comment. So I'm going to provide a little bit of background, and then I'm also going to touch on the timeline before I toss it over to Emily and Stacy to present. So this item was presented to your commission back in December. It was December 8th, 2022. We presented it as an information item and continued it so that we could do some additional outreach and analysis on the area plan amendments. So since December, our team has done just that. We've also made some changes that we're here today to speak to. So we're going to report back to you on the changes, give you an overview, because we do have some new folks here. I'll give you an overview of the full amendment package, but also talk about the changes that have been made, and then request that your commission consider the full amendment package. So I also wanted to touch on the purpose and the reasoning kind of behind the amendments, really the why. Why are we here today? The proposed amendments work program was initiated in 2021. We have prepared these amendments working alongside the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency staff to ensure that they are consistent with their regional plan. They are required to be consistent, and so we have met with them to ensure that. The amendments are in response really to the lack of redevelopment or reinvestment that we have seen in our town centers, and then also the need for affordable or workforce housing in the region. So the TBAP was initially adopted in 2017. It was intended to implement the regional plan with a vision of shifting development into the town centers. So the goal of the regional plan is really to take development off of the areas outside of the town centers, shift development into, or redevelopment into the town centers, and intensify development there as a way to eliminate sprawl. And also to protect sensitive lands throughout the basin. So really the idea is to try to help spur reinvestment in our town centers. So in Placer County, we've got two town centers. We've got Kings Beach here that you're in today, and Tahoe City. So those are the two town centers where we see most of the intensified development pattern. And here in Kings Beach, what you've seen is, actually in Tahoe City too, you've seen significant public investment in our town centers. So there's streetscape improvements that were done here in Kings Beach as well as Tahoe City, along with a lot of public investment dollars put into water quality improvements. So with the adoption of the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, our board's goal and the TRPA goal is really to build upon that investment, to set up a regulatory framework that encourages environmentally beneficial redevelopment on private land. So the idea is we've come in with public dollars on public land and made a lot of improvements to help with lake clarity and meet the goals of the regional plan. But the regulatory framework is set up to try to encourage private folks to come in and redevelop their properties to do the same. And so, unfortunately, since 2017, we really haven't seen that. We have a lot of projects in the hopper. Most of them have struggled to move forward. It's hard to do land development or redevelopment in the basin. It's expensive. There are a lot of challenges to doing it with duplicative review by Placer and review by TRPA. So it can be a challenge for projects to get off the ground. So in 2019, we weren't seeing this reinvestment into the town centers. And so in 2019, the County Executive Office here in Tahoe prepared a study, an economic study, to try to address the why behind that. What was the reason? And the reasons really are what I just said, right? It's expensive to do business here, but they also identified some recommended actions that the county could take to try to help. And one of those actions was to look at what we call the TBAP, the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, to see if there were any opportunities to make some changes there, where there might be problem areas in the code, to eliminate barriers to try to get that kind of redevelopment in our town centers. So this amendment package here before you is really a response to that study. It's intended to kind of harness that kind of redevelopment that is aligned with the goals of the TRPA regional plan. So TRPA is the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, just for the new folks here. So the amendments do incorporate feedback from years of input that we've received from all kinds of different organizations. Emily will touch on that in her presentation. But we hear from, business owners, property owners, startups, and planners, land use professionals that use the code that have identified areas of the code that are problematic. So the amendments are really reflective of that. They contain revisions or refinements that really aim to better facilitate and spur that redevelopment, kind of making it easier for startups, trying to bring hotel development into our town centers. We know we need high quality lodging in the town centers. And then also to incentivize workforce housing. That's a big issue up here in the Tahoe region, is the lack of workforce housing. So as I touched on in December, you may hear some concern today, again, as you did in December, from folks about that the amendments they contain wholesale changes and that they're increasing density. I want to note that we are not proposing to modify any density standards. So density standards are the number of units per acre, whether they be lodging units or residential units. This package does not contain any proposal to increase the density. The Tahoe Basin Area Plan build-out and the density that was analyzed with the previous approval in 2017 and the EIR that was prepared for that is not changing. We are bound by the TRPA carrying capacity and the strict growth control measures that are here in the basin through the TRPA. And that is not changing. Dan can speak to that a little bit more when he comes up to talk. So again, we're not increasing density, and we're really bound by those strict growth control measures that are here in the basin. And frankly, they're some of the most strict growth control measures in the nation. So I also want to point out that what you will see here before you framed up is what we call a repeal and replacement of the area plan, and I wanted to touch on that and provide some clarity because I think there's some confusion amongst the public about that. This does not mean that the package includes wholesale changes. We frame up a repeal and replacement when we've got a lot of track changes throughout a large document. It's the easiest way to bring forward the change. It's a clean, easy way to do it, and really we feel the best approach. And so what it does is it provides the reader an ability to understand all of the different track changes, seeing it in one big document. So it helps with context as opposed to coming forward with a cut sheet out of multiple cut sheets, right? So it's just the easiest way to do it. So when you hear the repeal and replace, that's the reason behind that. I wanted to first also touch on the timeline. So as noted earlier, the amendments do incorporate feedback from years of input that we've received from our business associations, housing advocates in the region, and again, folks that come through our office for permits. But then we initiated this work program in mid-2021, and we began engaging with stakeholders to better understand areas of the code that were problematic and explored some changes. And then we began a larger public outreach strategy in September of 2022. So here you'll see a number of public meetings and workshops that were held then. And you'll see that the amendment package was presented to the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council. That's our MAC up here in Tahoe. It went a few times, but it went November 30th of last year as an action item, where they did make a recommendation. Stacy will cover the recommendation, but I did want to point out that since December, the last meeting that we had with your commission, and since a workshop that we held in March, we have made some changes that we believe respond to that NITRAC recommendation, and Stacy will touch on that later. So again, your commission met last in December. And at that meeting, you did not direct us to go back to the NITRAC, so we have not done that. But what we have done is we've done additional outreach and analysis. So in response to the meeting in December, we have worked with an environmental consultant to conduct additional environmental analysis and prepare an addendum. So it's an addendum to the 2017 EIR-EIS that was prepared for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. That's contained in Attachment D of your staff report package. Additionally, to further engage with the community, we conducted an interactive community workshop on March 9th, 2023. That was actually here in this building. where we sought feedback on building form, height and length, articulation, things like that with building form. We also had a table on achievable and affordable housing and answered questions and sought feedback there. Town center vitality was another topic. You know, what do folks want to see in the town center? And then density and development rights. TRPA was here and helped us with that. And there's a summary of the comments that were received there, and it's contained in attachment C of your staff report. And then we scheduled a town hall meeting just a couple of weeks ago on August 1st, where we presented the amendments, and then we outlined changes that we've made since your last commission meeting. And then given the magnitude of public kind of interest in this process, as you can see, there's a lot of folks here in the room, we also felt that Town Hall would provide another opportunity for the larger community to weigh in. It was a virtual meeting. We got a lot of attendance there. So really the goal was to try to get information out to folks. So I do want to point out that since December, we have removed the proposal for additional height and building length beyond what's currently allowed. Height was the #1 topic, I would say, that came up at the last commission meeting and also came up at the workshop in March. And so those have been removed. The current allowance that's existing in the code is 56 feet in town centers. So we are not proposing anything beyond what is currently allowed. So I want to point that out. So those have been removed. I do want to mention that our intent, though, is to continue to explore future updates that could include building height and length. But we wanted to separate those out from this package so that this package can move forward, and then spend some time to study those items and have a kind of a more narrowly focused amendment that could be considered by your commission at a later date. So we would look at like areas, take a more targeted approach, looking at areas where maybe some additional height may make sense. If we did that, I do want to point out those would have to be analyzed as a separate package of area plan amendments. It'd have to go through the California Environmental Quality Act review, and would be back before your commission and before the board. One more thing before I toss it over to Emily and Stacy. I also want to point out that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency has been engaging in a lot of conversation about exploring areas where increased height allowances could happen around the entire basin, so region-wide. And they are here today. They can answer questions about that and their plans to potentially develop a work program around that topic, increased height throughout the basin and where that might make sense. That is separate and apart from what we're doing here today. So again, we are not proposing any height amendments today. There's conversation happening at the TRPA level. Dan can speak to that when he comes up, but what is before you today does not include any amendments to height. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Emily and Stacy, and then at the end, if okay with your commission, we'll pull Dan up from TRPA to speak.
Good morning. Emily Setzer, Principal Planner in our Tahoe City office. So as Crystal described, these amendments really are a result of direct feedback from our community and our stakeholders. Stacy and I have talked with many people in our community, every business association and downtown association, developers, design build, architect, business owners, people who tried to start up businesses or have started up businesses. Really, when I say that, we're talking about mom and pop style businesses here. We don't really have big chains or anything like that. So these are entrepreneurs really with limited funding. We also worked with a lot of individuals and got really in-depth interviews about how their experience was starting that business or coming in and trying to build a property. So we've really heard from a large portion of the community for years. This reflects years of feedback. And these amendments are directly in relation to that. Additionally, as Crystal described, we did work with BAE, an economic consulting firm, to help us determine code changes and or process changes that county staff could do to make us see more, to help us see more redevelopment and help us see more workforce housing in the basin. So additionally, some of these code changes and policy changes have come from that report. So these amendments are really geared at facilitating the environmentally beneficial redevelopment. One thing that I will leave to TRPA if they'd like to explain in more detail, but it's kind of counterintuitive. Redevelopment in the basin, maybe a lot of people may have kind of anti-development sentiment, but redevelopment in the basin actually does bring environmental benefits, because right now we have issues with water quality and sediment runoff, and redevelopment brings in best management practices, curbed gutter, filtration systems, things like that. So right now, if you look around Kings Beach, where you are today, you will see the aging, dilapidated town center. We have a real lack of quality lodging. We haven't had any new hotel products built in decades. We have a lack of housing for local workers. We have a large percentage of inadequately housed local workers and local workers who are coming up from Colfax, Auburn, Carson City, and Reno. We also have a lot of vacant commercial spaces. Around a year ago, the North Tahoe Business Association counted the vacant commercial spaces just in downtown Kings Beach alone, and that was over 30 vacant commercial spaces. And I've heard directly from the business associations that they get inquiries from startups who want to start a business here, oftentimes those first-time business owners, and they actually end up relocating to elsewhere, oftentimes Truckee and Incline Village. So what does this all add up to? We have increased runoff into the lake. We have more short-term rentals in our neighborhoods because we don't have the hotels products that people want to stay in, or enough of them. We have more congestion because we have a big percentage of our local workers who commute daily into the basin. We even see that in our own office with our staff. And we have town centers that lack vibrancy, walkability, a lack of options for people who want to go eat or shop. So what we're trying to do is create a diverse business sector and new lodging products in our town centers, not to kick anybody out who's already here, but to create more diversity for those who live here and want to stay here. We're trying to create new workforce housing and really support that year-round economy. With that, we could have best management practices get put in place to decrease the runoff into the lake. We're trying to shift some of that lodging that's currently in the form of short-term rentals and in our neighborhoods and taking up our housing units, and shift that lodging to the town centers in the form of hotels. We're trying to reduce congestion and vehicle miles traveled. If you look at Mount Rose Highway or 80 coming into Truckee at the hours between like 6 and 8 a.m., you'll see all of the people who are trying to come into the basin who work here every single day but don't live here. And then we're trying to create that steady customer base for businesses, which we've heard has been a challenge. All of these proposals do align with the TRPA regional plan. I'm not going to read all of these quotes in detail, but these are pulled directly from the TRPA regional plan, which really guides development and land use throughout the entire basin. Redeveloping existing town centers is a high priority. One of the primary goals of the regional plan update is to accelerate private investment in environmentally beneficial redevelopment activities. Preserve the character of established residential areas outside town centers while seeking opportunities for environmental improvements. Ensure adequate capacity for redevelopment and transfers of development rights into town centers and the regional center. Focus on less auto-independent development patterns and provide economic opportunities in the region. So all of these guiding principles really are behind the changes you'll hear about today. All of the changes proposed today also align with our other county and TRPA plans that have already been adopted and approved. These include the county's Resort Triangle Transportation Plan, which really focuses on how do we increase mobility and alternative modes of transportation, help people be less car dependent between Tahoe City, Kings Beach, and Truckee. That's what we call the Resort Triangle. It also aligns with a 2-year pilot parking exemption program for our town centers that really was geared towards how can we utilize the existing parking today in a more efficient and creative manner. Can we use shared parking? Can we use shuttles? Can we encourage people to park once and then bike or walk or hop on a shuttle or a bus? So that program was adopted by the board a few years ago. And so the changes in the proposals today reflect those changes that have already been adopted as a pilot program. It also aligns with the transportation demand management strategies that were developed in 2019, again, focusing on can we improve our bus system, our shuttles, provide more bikes, think of different ways so that we don't always have to hop in our cars. Just as some background on the area plan, the Placer County Tahoe Basin Area Plan was adopted by the county and TRPA in 2016 and 2017. It consists of 2 documents. So one is a policy document that's really the guiding principles around land use development patterns and how to combine the land use with environmental benefits. And then the other document is the implementing regulations, which is like our zoning ordinance for the basin. So that's where all of the technical code lives. It was last amended in 2020, specifically for housing and accessory dwelling unit updates in order to bring it consistent with California state law to facilitate ADU development. So now I'll walk through the summary of the policy amendments that are included in this proposal. As Crystal said, we have had a couple changes since the last public outreach. The height and building length additional increases were removed from this set of amendments. Additionally, regarding the policies, there was some feedback that we have heard about the deletion of the word ridgelines to one of our policies. That has been added back in. The policy amendments are focused on many different resource areas. One of them is to work with TRPA to be able to use that scenic evaluation that TRPA conducts in order to direct private reinvestment into our town centers. Another is vegetation. We hear this a lot, especially in recent years, to increase hardening, green waste, and defensible space opportunities like incentives or rebate programs. We have a number of socioeconomic programs, high-speed broadband, really supporting that infrastructure, supporting the creation and facilitation of childcare facilities for our local workforce. Anyone who has children or works with people who have children here knows that we really don't have a lot of opportunities for childcare. And also mechanisms to prevent ongoing blight. That goes back to the community character conversations that we hear a lot about. We do have a lot of blight in the area, boarded up windows, we've had graffiti, lots of chain link fence. It's all a lot of it due to that vacancy. And then a lot of land use policy amendments. One of them that we'd like to highlight is creating a reservation and conversion manual for the allocation of TRPA development rights. So TRPA development rights, again, are those residential units of use, the coverage, tourism accommodation units, commercial floor area. That has all been commoditized, and there's set amounts dictated by TRPA. So we cannot exceed these buckets per se of each one. Right now, we are allocating them on a first-come, first-served basis. So we've included a policy in this set of proposals to create a manual that helps really guide how we prioritize and allocate those development rights so that the development we do see aligns with our needs. We'd also like to create policies that support different funding sources for infrastructure, such as sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. That has been a problem for small startup businesses when they are required to do that, especially when they don't own their building. Parking management plans, we're really focused as a county on parking management, so we've included policies to support that. And then policies to support community-wide snow storage plans as well. A lot of the policies are also geared towards mixed use, really encouraging that mixed use, which could be a combination of, say, hotel or restaurant, boutique, retail, and housing as well. And then really trying to activate those ground floor uses in our town centers, create more diversity in our town centers, allow for mobile vendors and food trucks to start here. We have seen a couple small businesses in our area start as food trucks and then move into brick and mortar because that's a much less expensive way to get started as a business. We're focused on retaining and expanding businesses in our region, relocating some of the utility and industrial uses in the town center to other locations so we can really utilize those town centers for active spaces. Again, focusing on parking and how can we be most creative with the parking that we have, and supporting local public art in North Tahoe. Redevelopment is a big key piece of these amendments and something you'll hear a lot about if you talk to any community member here. These policies focus on how can we adaptively reuse vacant or underutilized space in our town centers right now. And how can we support and revitalize new high-quality lodging, provide support for multi-purpose and flexible gathering spaces in our parking areas, expedite building permit processes, and focus on new business innovation space. Housing is another key focus of these amendments. A lot of policies focus on the housing for our area, such as how do we streamline or streamlining affordable, moderate, and achievable housing. That really is the spectrum of housing in our region. Affordable has many different levels, but it's generally under 60 or 80% of area median income. Moderate tends to go up to 120% of area median income. We have no funding support for that from the state. Above 120% area median income, there's also no funding report available from the state. TRPA has created the definition of achievable housing. The county has supported that. Mountain Housing Council has also created the definition. So that's really the above 120% local worker housing. So that's the idea. When you hear achievable housing, that's the idea there. Another policy is to prevent loss of multifamily right now. So the multifamily we have, which is pretty limited, if somebody wants to do a condo map on that and convert it to condos, this policy would require that half of the units be deed-restricted to affordable, moderate, or achievable housing. So we're trying to prevent loss of our housing for local workers. We'd also like to support monitoring and tracking housing data in the region. It's pretty complex. So we're trying to get a really good grasp on that. Adaptively managing our short-term rental inventory as well. So this is a policy that would, if adopted, then the board could consider a decrease to the short-term rental cap, which is 3,900 units right now, probably on an annual basis, based off of the number of new lodging units created. So that really is reflecting the attempt to shift that lodging from the short-term rentals of our housing stock right now, some of that into our town centers with new lodging products. We've also gotten requests as a county for years now to support certain programs such as overnight camping in public or private parking lots. Other mountain towns have created programs like that. This isn't a program, it's just a policy, so a program would have to be developed later. And then supporting how do we get that housing building above some of our private and public parking lots, and just being flexible with our use of space. And I'll hand it over to Stacy. Stacy, she will talk about our implementing regulations.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning. So Emily just went over all of our policy amendments that we're proposing. So how do we implement those policies? And so what I'm going to go into is the implementing regulations. This is that second document that really is the development standards and guidelines. So for someone who wants to come into our community, this would be the guiding document that would guide them, to setbacks, height, all of that fun stuff for the actual physical construction and or moving into an existing space that perhaps is within our town centers already. So I'm going to start with our town center amendments. And we've said it a number of times, but again, since the last time we were before you, the Planning Commission in December, and then following the March 9th, 2023 community workshop, the additional building height that was originally considered and the additional length for buildings in our town centers have been removed from these proposed amendments. So we are sticking with the 56 feet, and I'll go into that at a later slide. And then, as Crystal said, any future proposals that would like to be considered for additional building height would have to come back and come forward with that separate amendment and analyze through its own environmental process as well. So moving into land use regulations. So we have land use tables that are contained within our implementing regulations that guide the allowable land uses and then at what level of entitlement that land use would otherwise be needed in order to either move into that vacant space and or construct. And so as a result, we looked at those land use tables and we realized that there were a lot of uses that maybe resulted in an entitlement that one may not want to pursue. And so, for example, eating and drinking places. Uniquely, we found an inconsistency between our two town centers. So, and I might get them flip-flop, but Kings Beach eating and drinking places required a zoning clearance, whereas Tahoe City, it was an allowed use. Well, eating and drinking places are what we want in our town centers. You know, we want that vibrancy. And so when we, learned of that, but also learning from the BAE study, as well as what we received from input, these are barriers that people were explaining to us. We don't want to have to put forth money to go through an entitlement process that could be timely and costly. So we looked at our land use tables and we are introducing with these amendments that if an eating and drinking place would be considered as an allowed use if it screens out for vehicle miles traveled, so VMT. So all of these competing factors, we understand, have to be applicable and applied. So what we did is with these land use tables is we looked at those uses, and if we could look at a way to eliminate a barrier such as an entitlement process or a land use permit, we are introducing those with these amendments. Similarly to boutique hotels. But again, I need to stress that if they do not screen out for the vehicle's miles traveled, that allowed use would still have to, would not be an allowed use. It would have to go through an entitlement process of which it would take on an environmental component and or, additional review to consider that use being proposed in that location. So, and then we also added food trucks and mobile vendors as allowed uses. Again, as Emily mentioned, these are how some folks start up and then move into the brick and mortar. So we really are trying to encourage that. Also, we heard from the public that new real estate and property management offices should not be allowed along our ground floors of our town centers. And so we are proposing a change that would not allow for any new real estate and property management offices allowed on the ground floor, but rather that they be located either in the rear or second story, but just not maintaining that frontage. So as I mentioned, boutique hotels and motels could be allowed by right if they're 20 units or less. Again, these have to screen out for VMT. And then similarly, and Emily kind of went into this as well, with our policies. So we're trying to link our proposed policies to also with the changes to the implementing regulations. And so these are considering that new single-family development over 1 unit only be allowed if the single-family use is 25% or less of that entire project. So again, trying to really facilitate more lodging-type uses versus single-family along our town centers. And then also accessory dwelling units, so those associated with single family, not be allowed on the ground floor, but rather be, again, in the rear or on the second floor. And then multifamily, multi-person, and employee housing. We have also introduced an amendment to allow those if there 100% of those units are deed restricted to achievable levels. So other amendments to our town centers we took into consideration was the development standards. So we have added references to the streetscape and roadway design characteristics. This was really just to have an informed document so the reader knows what's required of them if they wanted to come in and build. Also to ensure consistency throughout the document. We recognize that there were some areas where we spoke to frontage improvements and then other areas we did not. So but they should be implemented in those areas. So we also are proposing amendments or changes to those, and requiring frontage improvements for single-family residential, and also relying on the existing land use development manual for those specifications. So the width of the sidewalk, the height of the curb, and so forth. And because we realized we didn't have those, or they were inconsistent. And then also, we have updated the code to reflect the recent adoption of the county's code, the Lake Tahoe Shore Zone. Again, this is just to align with the county's policies and also TRPA's shore zone requirements. So moving on to refined building lengths, we recognize, and kind of what I mentioned before about the eating and drinking places, that we recognize that we had a missing building length maximum in our Tahoe City Town Center. So to match or be similar to Kings Beach, we've added that in. And then we also clarified building modulation requirements, again, to align with all of the other mixed-use subdistricts within the actual TBAP itself. And then we also looked at the compatibility with residential zone districts, and we are recommending that a maximum of 75 feet on all parcel frontages that are directly facing residential zone districts. So again, and this could also be considered as, sort of moving into that transition from, mixed-use development into the actual residential zone districts. And then also we're decreasing the building length from 300 feet to 200 feet in our mixed-use tourist district. And then with building height, again, we are keeping the maximum building height that is allowed today, which is at 56 feet. But the way the code reads today is that it reads at 56 feet or 4 stories. So with these amendments, we are proposing to remove the or 4 stories, really just to eliminate some confusion, but also, and really just establish a maximum height. So 56 feet is the maximum height with these amendments going forward. We also acknowledged basically a technical area or error or a cleanup, if you will, on our special plan areas where we realized that we had missing heights for these areas outside of our core and transition zone, transition areas. And then within our town center mixed use districts, and we heard a bit of this request from the public actually, and some of the folks we spoke to, but that we are recommending that we remove the 10-foot rear setback for parcels within our town centers when they are adjacent to residential subdistricts. And this is really to acknowledge that a lot of our parcels in our town centers are small. And when you apply, all the setbacks, you're really consuming a lot of the parcel. And so acknowledging that the adjacent residential parcel also has a rear setback, there's still going to be a setback maintained between both structures on both parcels. So then we moved on and looked at our design standards and guidelines, and one thing we realized we were lacking was the allowance for groundwater interception. This is really to align with TRPA's regulations. TRPA does allow for groundwater interception. They actually have very strict standards that one could consider if they needed to intercept groundwater. So we're just aligning our TBAP to coincide with TRPA's allowances. And we just actually reference TRPA's code. So they still have to comply with all of TRPA's requirements for that groundwater interception. But we do find that there is benefit to this because it can reduce coverage and which would ultimately allow, below grade parking. So really just facilitating uniqueness in development. And then also snow storage. We are amending the code requiring mixed-use projects require snow storage. Same with multifamily projects, new single-family projects along state highways as well, and all non-residential. So moving on to housing-related amendments. We looked at our residential zone districts, and we are incorporating a few amendments that we're proposing. such as eliminating the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. This is really just to align with the state trends that are happening as well. And we also recognize that the use of setbacks and coverage also dictate what can be built on that parcel. So again, not changing any of the density, just recognizing that the minimum lot area per dwelling unit. Also, we acknowledge that there were some inconsistencies between the minimum lot area and the maximum dwelling units per parcel. So really, this was just a cleanup, if you will, for this particular section. But then we also added street side setback allowances. So think of a corner lot, and that you have two frontages, really. And then when applying your setbacks, you would have two 20-foot setbacks, which really encumbers that parcel, especially, say, here in the grid, where some of these parcels are only 25 feet wide. So you really, your building envelope is essentially none. So we acknowledge that. And again, this also helps facilitate breaking down those barriers of having a person who has to come in and get a variance to ask for a reduction to that front setback. So we're hoping that with this amendment, we'll see less of those variances, and then people can work within those parameters. Also, we're referring to roadway width requirements for front setbacks, and then again referencing the Lake Tahoe shore zone requirements that the county recently adopted as well. And then I do want to note that there is an ordinance that is proposed amending Chapter 12, which is the street improvements. Specifically, it's Article 12.08, Section 12.08.020A. That is not of your consideration today. That is an ordinance that will just go before the board with these packets, or with this package, should it be recommended to go forward to the Board of Supervisors. So uniquely, there are a number of residential districts in our TBAP that have a special policy which actually guide us to have, preferred, affordable, moderate, achievable housing areas in these residential zone districts. And so of those, we looked at this, and again, how are we facilitating these preferred policies, these special policies? So a way that we're recommending through these amendments is that for the multifamily, multi-person, and employee housing, that they be an allowed use if 100% of the units are deed restricted. Also, we looked at development standard modifications, and really just, again, to recognize our smaller lots that we have and to help achieve, development of those, while breaking down those barriers that we heard are in the way of constructing. So, well, there we go. So then I'm going to move on to other zone districts. And so we looked at our Lake Forest commercial and our Tahoe City industrial subdistricts, as well as our Kings Beach industrial subdistricts. And we are recommending amendments, again, the housing piece, kind of taking that throughout the TBAP, allowing multifamily or, any kind of housing, actually. And then also allowing mobile vendors. And then identifying a maximum density to employee housing where it was not otherwise listed. And then in our recreational and tourist zone districts, we looked at areas where maybe they didn't have employee housing as an allowed use. So again, trying to encourage housing to be constructed where we so desperately need it and where it can be accommodated for. So for example, the 64-acre tract has a transit center right there. That is a great location for employee housing. Also, the Grand Lebacan subdistrict, we recognize that the residential units could be allowed if 100% of those were deed restricted to affordable levels. And then similarly in our Tahoma, Homewood, and Sunnyside West Shore mixed-use subdistricts, allowing mobile vendors. So then area-wide, we looked at how our code addresses these items and these topics, and we did modify parking requirements for residential uses. We also are aligning the TBAP with these amendments with that parking management plan that Emily mentioned that the board recently adopted. And so really it's just implementing those regulations and standards into the TBAP. And then we added movable tiny houses. Again, this is to keep in line with the state trends. And also, South Lake Tahoe recently added tiny houses to their code. And then we are referring to the TRPA's Code of Ordinance, Chapter 38 for signage. This is, again, just to be in alignment with TRPA and to stay up on the changes that occur with signage. And then, of course, we did or have acknowledged miscellaneous cleanups and typos throughout the document. And so, as Crystal mentioned, we have done quite a bit of outreach, but specifically NITRAC, the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council. We went to them back in October and presented as information item, and then again in November, and then in actually twice in November. We went November as an information, and then again in November for an action. And at that meeting, the NITRAC voted to recommend approval with a few considerations, of which we have looked into, and with these amendments that we're proposing to you today, we have removed the 56-foot, we have removed the consideration of the additional height beyond 56 feet. That was one of their recommendations, is to keep it at 56 feet. We are proposing that before you today. Consider transition zones. That is ongoing, and we also have implemented further, with the development standards that I already went over, and then review of fire evacuation and egresses. This is actually addressed in both the addendum that was prepared for the TBAP amendments, and also it is a policy that all of our, all development projects that are proposed within the Tahoe Basin and governed by the TBAP are required to prepare an EPEP, or an Emergency Preparedness Evacuation Plan. So we have addressed that as well. And then efforts to support redevelopment over new development. We're hoping that these amendments will achieve that by getting folks into our boarded up, town center areas, and hopefully they will see this as an opportunity to move into some of those areas that aren't otherwise occupied today. And then the Development Rights Manual, they requested community input, and we are engaging upon that, and we will have public input, of course, with that program. So, as I mentioned, an addendum has been prepared, and it will be required, the addendum was prepared in accordance with CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and that is also part of your packet. And then the initial environmental checklist, so the IEC, and those findings required of TRPA will be presented to TRPA, because they're subject just to them. And so specifically, the addendum that was prepared by a consultant was, again, prepared pursuant to CEQA, and it concluded that there was no conditions that were described in CEQA Guidelines Section 15162 calling for preparation of a subsequent EIR, and that it also concluded that the proposed amendments would not result in any new or substantially more severe significant effects than that were otherwise identified with the 2017 Area Plan EIR that was prepared with the TBAP. So with that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors that that the board adopt the 2023 addendum to the 2017 Tahoe Basin Area Plan EIR prepared for the project as set forth in Attachment D and supported by the findings in the staff report. Also recommend that the board adopt a resolution approving the amendments to the TBAP based on the findings also contained in the staff report. And then also recommend that the board adopt an ordinance, Attachment B, approving the amendments to the TBAP implementing regulations based on the findings and the errata prepared for a minor change to the rear setback of the North Tahoe East Zone District to the proposed implementing regulations. So I believe that might actually be an error. So I'm going to restate my third recommendation, and that it be recommend that the board adopt an ordinance, attachment B, approving the amendments to the TBAP implementing regulations based on the findings contained in the staff report. So my apologies for that. But with that, I don't know if Crystal wants to conclude or, oh, thank you. So there you go.
Thank you, Emily and Stacy. So that concludes staff's presentation, but we do have, hopefully these are loaded. We have a, maybe they're at the very end here. We have a bunch of slides in the back of the deck that we, nope, are they not in? Andrea, are they? We might not have them. I don't see them in the back of the.
Crystal, keep going. They're at the very end.
Oh, okay. Oh, there they are, Dan. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have Dan Segan here from TRPA who just wants to, if okay with your commission, share a few words. And he's got just 2 slides just to give you a little context on some demographic data that he's been tracking in Tahoe. So, Dan.
Thank you, Crystal, and thank you, members of the commission, for having me here today. My name is Dan Segan. I'm the Chief Science and Policy Officer for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And first, I'd just like to acknowledge all of your staff's hard work and coordination with our staff to ensure that the amendments they're bringing forward today support implementation of our regional plan and fully align with the vision for collective and collaborative management for the Tahoe region. So I'm not going to talk any more about those amendments, but I did want to provide some context with which I think you should be looking at these amendments. And those are the changes that we've seen in our region over the last 20 years. So the first slide I've summarized, this is US Census data for population and employment. And if you look at the 20-year trend from our Tahoe region, it's not like a lot of the other regions that you may be familiar with or Placer County overall. So 20 years ago, there were 62,000 residents in the Tahoe region. We're down to just over 55,000 residents today. So if you're trying to calibrate that in your head, Placer County itself had 250,000 residents in 2010. You're up to about 400,000 right now. So our demographic trajectory is far different than many other places that you're looking at. And because of those demographic changes, there's also changes to the nature of our community. So you can also see we've had associated job loss in the Tahoe region overall. We had about 27,000 employees 20 years ago. We're down to about 24,000 today. If you want to know just about the north side of the basin, we're looking at about 12,000 jobs we supported in 2000. That's down to 8,600 today. And we've lost about 300 businesses. So over the last 20 years, we've lost 300 businesses and 3,000 jobs that are available for our region. If you're looking at vehicle miles traveled, this is a core metric that we track at our agency. One of our missions per the Bi-State Compact is to reduce reliance on the automobile, create more walkable, bikeable Tahoe for everyone to enjoy. We've also seen relatively little change in vehicle miles traveled within our region. So this is just the California side. These are Caltrans numbers that I'm presenting to you. In 2001, we had just over 1 million vehicle miles traveled per day. In 2020, we had just under that. 2020, that was a COVID-affected year. 2021, the numbers came in just about the same as they did in 2020. So basically, we've had no change in overall vehicle miles traveled within our region over the last 20 years. I also wanted to remind you of the unique planning context within the Tahoe region. And part of that is a result of the special nature of Lake Tahoe. And because of that, we have a series of environmental threshold carrying capacities for our region. These are our big long-term goals for our region. And per federal government and state requirements, every change that we make to our regional plan, we need to make consistency findings that those changes will continue to support attainment of our long-term goals. And one of the core things that happened in 2012 when we updated our regional plan is that we placed a cap on overall development within our region. So it's important to understand all changes that we're discussing here today still live underneath that development cap. And we've summarized the last 20 years of development data on the screen for you today, and also what's possible, what's out there today. So in the last 20 years, we've built about 1,000 new residences, and there's a total of 3,500 that are available today. The next two parts of the slide may make you blink a little bit. That's commercial floor area within our region, as well as tourist accommodation units. That's our name for hotel motel. And there are actually fewer hotel motel units available for you today than there were 10 years ago. There's also fewer active commercial space than there was 10 years ago. So the broad vision of encouraging redevelopment within our town centers and a more vibrant community, I think should be viewed within the light of what we've seen over the last 20 years and even more recently in the last 10 years. I'll leave it at that, but I'll be available for comment and questions. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. So that concludes our presentation, and we are here for questions. We've got a number of folks, county folks in the room, and actually one online that can take questions for you. So we can take them now if you'd like, or later. But we do have Dave Atkinson with our Office of Emergency Services on the call. If any questions come up about, I know in some of your comments you saw comments about evacuation, emergency access, that kind of thing. So we have him here today. We also have Stephanie Holloway with our County Executive Office in Tahoe. Here, Lee Chavez is with our Environmental Coordination Services Division, and then, of course, the rest of county staff here. So happy to take questions.
Okay. Any questions at this point?
I do, if you don't mind. These may be more overarching questions to start with. The gentleman from TRPA mentioned looking back 20 years, and I think that's something we should all do because California has doubled in the last 20 years. It's up to 40 million, it was 20 million a couple years ago, so no wonder we have some pressures on this organization and this locale. But having said that, has anybody considered, the strict elimination on the California side of the compact organizations of redevelopment agencies and authority by Governor Brown, then subsequently, within the last 5 years, the impact of COVID and COVID regulations and that still persisted today in the Governor Newsom's office in terms of his executive orders. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and I'm just not sure I'm hearing that all took place, that the consideration of how that all interweaves or doesn't interweave, and maybe it doesn't, but it just kind of seems to me like very opening question appropriateness to say, hey, 20 years ago we did this, now we have this, and this happened in between. So anyway, that's my opening comments. And you may not have answers to those.
Yeah, I mean, I could speak to the elimination of the redevelopment agencies. We've struggled. It's hard to get housing on the ground. And so with the elimination of the redevelopment agency, we had a site in Tahoe that was within their boundary. And so that's a struggle, right, to find housing, to construct housing. Sorry, to find funding to construct housing. And so that's one of the reasons that we're here today to present, some changes that could be made to hopefully encourage the construction of housing. As for COVID, it's been, a unique phenomena, right? I think with COVID, we've seen more day visitorship, in particular the first couple of years where folks weren't doing international travel. Folks were coming locally, right? They were coming up from Reno and coming up from the valley to Tahoe, right? It's in their backyard and an area to recreate outside, which you could do, right, in COVID. So I think, visitorship on the day trip level, I think was up. Maybe Dan might be able to speak to that.
And wouldn't that boost the retention of nearly the same number, higher to a similar level we had, as you pointed out earlier, in terms of VMT, daily VMT?
Again, Dan Segan for the record. What we've seen, so 2019 was one of the high water marks in the last 5 years for
Okay.
VMT within our region. Also for hotel motel occupancy, hearkening back to the actual high level marks for Tahoe were in the early 2000s, prior to Indian gaming on the California side, we supported a larger resident population and far more jobs. I think in terms of the long-term impacts of COVID, the travel volumes have not gotten back to the 2018, 2019 levels, let alone the early 2000s levels. But there's an information lag here. So the latest information we have is through 2022. So we're about a year off, and we're expecting that recovery to go. But we're also pursuing, along with your staff, more big data-based information solutions, so we get more real-time information about how things are changing and recovering.
Pleased to hear that. That's a really helpful response. I have two more questions to throw out there, and one would be, how are the other counties within the compact doing in terms of aligning with the Bay Area plan, or the Basin Area plan?
The Tahoe Regional Plan?
Yeah.
So all of the counties are working collectively with us through the Tahoe Living Working Group. There was a couple mentions earlier on to the overall height. There's a working group looking at that. So that Tahoe Living Working Group is looking at a number of ways to encourage construction of deed-restricted affordable housing. So one of the things we've also seen in Tahoe over the last, I think, 10 years, but potentially accelerating over the last 4 years, is an exodus of local workers and an inability for workers to afford housing within our region. So that group is considering a suite of changes, which will go to planning commissions like yourselves and the other jurisdictions that participate in the compact, that would align those living standards and encourage development of workforce and affordable housing throughout the region.
Thank you. I have one last question, and I'm not trying to be disruptive. I'm just trying to get my head around what's going on in this region, and I love this area, and just want to make sure it comes out in the best way possible. So the last question I have was, what happens if one of the counties doesn't fold in and doesn't adapt or align their regulatory scheme with the TRPA regulatory scheme? Is there a punishment? Is there does that threaten the compact itself? Does it threaten the ability for both states to be able to say they've got similar laws that they need to have under compact law?
I don't know about a punishment per se. I think, we encourage all of the jurisdictions that we co-manage with to adaptively manage towards the threshold goals. So we've got goals for, reducing vehicle miles traveled and making it easier. And I think potentially what we would see is a county starts to lag behind if changes are not made within that. And you'd see progress in the other counties and less so in that one.
Thank you.
One question. Just one question. This is really a Placer-Cedra type question. And I think it's good to do this prior to public comment. So, because there was a lot of comment about the lack of an EIR for this particular document. So could you provide some insight into the decision-making process to do an addendum as opposed to an actual EIR for the creation of this document, this plan?
Sure, we definitely were. I might actually have Lee Chavez come and help with this, but we coordinated with our environmental coordinator on this topic, and she's got a microphone. I'm going to let you respond to that, Lee, and how we were looking to tier off that EIR.
Okay. Can you hear me all right with this? Okay. So one of the key determining factors was that the changes that are being proposed with the area plan amendments don't add uses and don't increase density. So with our CEQA analysis, we went through the typical process required by the guidelines, which is to look at sections 15162 through 15164, which talk about the levels of analysis that are warranted given an existing certified EIR. So with our CEQA analysis, we determined that there would be no, that the amendments themselves would not result in any new or substantially more severe impacts. And that is largely because the amendments, the proposed amendments, further support implementation of the land use pattern that was previously analyzed under the area plan EIR. So, and to reiterate something that Crystal had previously said, the area plan and the area plan EIR have the backstop of the TRPA regional plan. So that overarching guidance document caps development in the basin. So all of our amendment proposals have to be consistent with that regional plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Is that it? Okay, thank you.
great, thank you very much.
Let me see, we're getting ready to open up public comment. Let me ask first, a raise of hands of how many people are going to comment. Okay, I'm assuming that each one of you that raised your hand has gone over to the desk and filled out a slip of paper. That, okay, she's got several, but we'll need one for everybody because we're going to call you in order of the sheets of paper. So with that, I think we'll take a 5-minute break. And we'll, while you're signing up, we'll take a 5-minute break and come back. What? Okay, I don't know how to break that with the public, that's a problem.
Can we do a working lunch, or is that too,
It's 12, almost 1 o'clock, isn't it?
No, I know we haven't done it before, but I mean, that'd be a way to move things along if people would not view that as rude with us eating a sandwich while we're talking. Frankly,
I don't know, what do you
I'll
think?
leave that to you guys.
Do we put everybody on hold and eat lunch, or?
I wasn't thinking about us. Sure. I think this is.
I've never seen Nathan always eats chips while
I didn't mean to be that. Well, it came out, but it was just one of those.
We're gonna have what?
You're all gonna say the same thing anyway, but I just wanted to hear it's not, I mean, this is good stuff that we're doing. The staff is, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I get that now.
Quick lunch?
I can eat in 15 minutes for sure.
Yeah. How many do you think we'll have? How many speakers?
At least 23. That's not with including
Yeah, we had a lot of hands went up.
Yeah, there were other people, so I would suspect there was probably 2.5 hours.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
I wasn't really trying to drop depth charges into the whole proceeding. I just wanted to get those answers out on the table in the air so people know.
So do you want to come back and then say we're going to take a...
Yeah, I need to get people. Have we been 5 minutes yet? Almost, huh?
I haven't been in, I was fortunate. I'm going to go call my wife.
I think we're going to break for lunch.
Oh, okay. Are they bringing in lunch or are we going out?
It'll be here, I think. Probably sandwiches.
We're going to be given we're going to have 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
So,
That's fine. Cram it in. It is. These chairs are not as comfortable as our commission chairs.
Huh?
These chairs are not as comfortable as our commission chairs. We're so used to those nice, cushy, comfy chairs.
I also like having the computer in front of me that I can
Oh,
see.
me too.
What do you think? My 5 minutes is up yet?
Hard to see.
Very hard.
Is my 5 minutes up?
Pretty
Close.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can just make an announcement, Rich.
Yeah.
You could ask Chris to make an announcement. I don't know.
Say, folks, if I could have your attention, please. Could I have your attention, please? Okay, we looked at our clock here, and it's almost 1 o'clock. And so we have over 20 people that want to comment. And so what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute period to eat lunch. And we'll be back here at 1 o'clock, okay? So just to let you know, you can hang out here till 1 o'clock, and we'll be back to take the public comment. Okay, if I could have your attention, please. Sit down and we'll start the meeting. Yeah, go ahead. Oh. Okay, folks, we'd like to start the meeting, so if you could close your conversations and sit down and we'll start the meeting. Okay, at this time, can you hear me? At this time, I'm going to open up the public comment period. And every person that has filled out a comment slip is going to have 3 minutes to make their comment. So if you don't have to repeat what somebody else has said, or if you can summarize, do that, because I'll be holding everybody to 3 minutes. And so with that, we'll be calling off names. We'll call them off 3 at a time. And so pay attention to your name and kind of queue up and be ready when your time is up. And so I guess we're ready to start the public comment. First speaker.
Okay, can I get Doug Flaherty, Laura Miller, and Tanya Miller? You will each have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Okay, go ahead. And introduce yourself, please.
Chair, members of the commission, Doug Flaherty, president of TahoeCleanAir.org, former fire battalion chief. Quickly, I hope you'll read my 2.5 pages of substantive information, very critical here. The environmental expert that just spoke about CEQA, she said CEQA 15162, that was misleading because Placer County is required to complete a subsequent EIR to the 2017 EIR or new EIR based on new, I hope the attorney's listening, based on new and current information. This would include the October 2020 California Attorney General's guidance under CEQA, best practices for analyzing and mitigating wildfire impacts of development projects. The best practice AG guidance is of critical and substantial safety importance and was not known and could not have been known with the exercise of reasonable diligence at the time the 2017 EIR was certified. The AG guidance document was based on the AG's experience in reviewing, commenting on, and litigating CEQA documents for projects in high wildfire-prone areas, and contains some other critical safety guidelines, which are listed. Please read them. Second of all, I heard the term best practices up here at least 5 times. Best practices for, BMPs, runoff. Not once was there a best practice discussed about life safety, which is the most critical best practice. The California Attorney General's guidance is appropriate. It needs to be addressed. I hope this commission will take the time to delay your decision until we have another month for you guys to read this. It's very important, please. You were also misled earlier about the emergency evacuation plan. Every time we talk to TRPA and others in the government sector, there is no requirement on the part of fire departments, the CAL FIRE, any of the fire codes. They talk about building evacuation. You were misled. There is no requirement for wildfire evacuation for projects. Therefore, you must turn to the CEQA Attorney General opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura.
Speaking to the microphone, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello.
Get a little closer if you could.
Okay, here
There
we
you go.
go. How's that? My apologies for repeating comments prior to my arrival this morning. I was late due to Tahoe City traffic, backed up past the Tahoe House Bakery. That's beyond Grand Labakan down the West Shore. I would like to express my opposition to the amendments proposed to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. I do not believe they are responsible or in the best interest of our small rural community. I believe land developers will be the beneficiaries of the amendments. I am concerned that proper, current, and up-to-date environmental impacts have not been completed. I do not believe that regard for water and sewage treatment facilities has been considered. I am concerned about shade created by tall buildings on our roads on 15-degree days in January and February. Dangerous driving situations can be created with such shady conditions. The removal of setbacks to building codes is unacceptable. The lack of health and human service codes to requirements for food trucks and mobile vendors, I also think is wrong. I believe these amendments will degrade the beauty and character of such unique place as Tahoe. The amendments were presented to the community as a solution to affordable housing and with a nod to environmental stewardship. Creating a year-round economy was presented by the county as a need to amend the TBAP. Many locals tell you that back to school time of summer is like a holiday. We love our shoulder season. Please bear with me. I'm not here to complain and I'm not adverse to change. I think these amendments are irresponsible and irrevocable. 70 years ago, my grandfather opposed the development of Tahoe Keys in South Lake Tahoe. With 94% of the buildable land in the Tahoe Basin achieved, I asked the commission to consider that the basin has reached capacity. At the November 30th, 2022 NITRAC meeting, I quoted singer-songwriter Joni Mitchell's song, Big Yellow Taxi. It goes, pave paradise, put up a parking lot. This morning I found myself in a parking lot in the Tahoe City traffic, and it was apparently caused, just one more sentence, it was apparently caused by our fantastic farmers market. We're like an island here in Tahoe, and some days we can't drive around the island. In honor and concern for the citizens of the county, I'd like to quote another song.
So could you
by
wrap it
the-
up, please? Your
Yes,
time is
sir.
up.
Yes, sir. I'd like to quote another song in honor and concern for the citizens of the county of Maui. It's by the Eagles. It's called
You
The
know,
Last
your time is
Resort.
up, ma'am.
It sings about
Please
the
wrap it
very
up.
fragile and decimated village of Lahaina. Call someplace paradise, kiss it goodbye. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Can y'all hear me? Oh, yes, you can. Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Miller. I am actually not related to that Miller, but I live in Brockway. And there's so many points to touch on, and 3 minutes could never do it justice. But I wanted to start, my main focuses are fire, traffic, public transportation, and residency. Change is inevitable. I understand that. I'm okay with change. My great-grandparents built here in the 20s. Certainly the lake has changed since then. But the proposals that are now brought before us are reckless, and they are directed by greed. Both Maui and Tahoe are listed on the 2023 Fordor's list of top 10 places not to visit due to overcrowding and environmental concerns. Fordor warns that there are plenty of unquantified effects of over-tourism. stress on supply chains, destruction of wildlife, habitat, and overcrowding. As climate change intensifies, the damage may make popular destinations inhospitable to travelers and cause their economies to plummet. The parallels between Maui and Tahoe are shocking. We have similar topography. They happen to be moister, however. We have a tourist environment, limited infrastructure. We have limited access by our fire departments. We are restricted by water on one way. There is limited ways out of our terrain. I don't want to burn. I don't want my family to burn. I don't want any of your families to burn. I beg you to look at what will happen if this place catches on fire and there's more people here. The strong winds here are similar to what Maui just experienced. People were jumping into the ocean, people will jump into our lake. They will die of frostbite, they will die of smoke inhalation, because when fire hits here, it will go all the way across the lake. There will be no escape. So, now let's talk about traffic. I don't know if you all experienced it coming here today, but of course I did. 30 minutes over to 267 of waiting in traffic on any given day. It is impossible to move around the lake in the summer now. Residency may be, quote, down. It's because there are so many more people here on visiting and staying in our short-term rentals. The proposed idea that city centers, people will take public transportation, is just not the way we live today. I would love to think it is. I drove here today in my own car. I bet most people came today not via public transportation, not via a bike. I don't think it's realistic to think that public transportation is our way around things. Please help us by looking really closely at these proposals. I talk to neighbors who say, well, it's not even worth it. No one listens to us anymore. Please listen to us. Listen to the community that lives here. I want to find ways for people to live here affordably, but in an affordable way by limiting other access. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Next, if we could get Gail High, Pamela Sigdinis, and Aaron Casey.
I am confused by some of what's been said about density.
What's your name, please?
Oh, I am so sorry. I'm Gail High. I
Okay.
am a full-time resident in Brockway for 30 years and have been coming since I was born for long summers and weekends. I am very confused by what's been said by the staff about density, that density will not increase. It seems to me that with even just these 6 new units, I count 1,800. So the density issue is, what I'm saying is based somewhat on that, on assuming that the density, that I misunderstood what you said about the density not increasing. Yesterday in Lahaina, we had a dress rehearsal for what could very well happen here, right here where we're gathered. We'd face the same evacuation problems with the population we have right now, where it can take 15 minutes to get through our small town on an average summer day, with most people not on the road. It's foolhardy, unconscionable, and indeed insane to increase the population to the extent that's being proposed. I have a close friend whose 2 adult children live in Lahaina, and who literally yesterday lost everything but the clothes on their backs. Their homes they were renting burned to the ground, as did the bank where their safety deposits were. Safety deposit boxes were. By the way, safety deposit boxes are not insured. I didn't know that. Please close your eyes and think. What are the most precious mementos and indispensable practical possessions you own? Picture fleeing a fast approaching fire, passing a dozen dead bodies on the street. Yes, this is what happened to them yesterday. Imagine trying to put your life back together with those memories weighing you down and having to reapply for your passport, driver's license, social security card, and other critical papers that were in your safety deposit box. Imagine not having any money to simply get a pillow or sleeping bag to get enough sleep to be able to cope with the situation. You're hungry too, and if you're getting any food, it certainly isn't what you like. You may get some short-term help, like handouts of clothes which may not be comfortable or look good on you. But what do you do for a month from now with no housing, no food, no job, no computer, one pair of shoes, no equipment for a job? Just how do you start over, and what do you do before help comes, if it comes at all? Please use your imagination to picture that this was you. Picture that happening to you or your loved ones. Will the profit you made or allowed relieve your conscience? I would think that if this were to happen, each of you developers and those of you in government who are valuing money over lives and quality of life would be tortured daily by your abdication of duty to protect our land and people.
Okay, your time is up.
Your conscience
Could you wrap it
would
up,
bother
please?
you or shame on you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Mahoney Sigdenis. I'm a full-time resident of Incline Village, Nevada. The community just down the road, we share all in Tahoe the same transportation route. I want to really emphasize two elephants in the room. The first is over-tourism. I don't understand why all of the very important county officials who all are overseeing the Tahoe Basin refuse to admit that there are too many people coming into the basin on a daily basis year-round. This notion that we can somehow figure out how to have tourism year-round when we can't even get to the grocery store, when we can't get to a doctor's appointment. God forbid somebody needs to be in an ambulance. I ask you to think long and hard about what's being proposed here today. These amendments might work in Reno. These amendments might work in Sacramento. This is Tahoe. I don't know how many of you actually attended the Tahoe Summit here yesterday. I did, along with a number of the people in this room. We heard our federal, state, and local officials talk about the importance of protecting the lake, the land, and the people. I do not hear in these amendments how they will protect the lake, the land, and the people. You are the folks making the decisions. I ask you, please consider the human element here. We are begging you to make good decisions because what is decided here will affect our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Casey. I'm a Truckee resident. I've been here for a long time, raised my daughter here. She attended Kings Beach Elementary and then went to North Tahoe Middle School. I'm happy to share my comments this afternoon, particularly because our community is at a crossroads. The proposed replacement of the area plan amendments do underscore our shared aspirations for sustainable growth, especially in areas like workforce housing. I know many of you have heard about the importance of workforce housing in this area, and I want to elevate that as something that is key to ensuring a healthy community. That said, I also deeply respect and understand the concerns that many people have shared today. As a resident in this community, I too worry about these things, get stuck in traffic, and have missed doctor's appointments myself. So I understand what people are saying and their experiences. That being said, I do think it is important for your commission to consider moving forward today. I also want to share some of the things that are happening in our community outside the isolation of the conversation around this particular code amendment. I think it's important for you to be aware. Number one, the North Tahoe Community Alliance, who you'll probably hear from later, is currently working in partnership with our community to present and allocate up to $20 million in transient occupancy tax and TBID dollars in a number of investment priorities, from workforce housing to transportation to tourism mitigation. This includes addressing trash issues. This addresses traffic. This is a huge investment over a 3-year period that would start next year, not in 5 years, next year, $20 million. There are other investments that are happening in this community and other efforts underway, but I think it's important for your commission to be aware, as well as for members of the community. I also want to encourage members who are here today to participate in the process to make decisions on how these funds are allocated. On the 23rd of August, me in partnership with the NTCA, as well as 4 committees comprised of members of our community, will be meeting all day in our community in Tahoe City to make decisions on the projects, proposals, and initiatives to invest these dollars in. And these are public meetings where I would encourage everyone in this room to come and to provide feedback. There are conversations not only about trash and traffic and infrastructure, but on fire evacuation and wildfire guide production. So these are things we are doing, and I think it's important to understand these fears are real. I feel them too. But we are also working diligently, very hard, and in partnership with members of this community and stakeholders to address these issues, and we have to do it all simultaneously as one key package, and it's hard to see that.
Your time is up.
Thank you. It's hard to see that when you're just focusing on this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next, if we could have Megan Chalemi, Ron Grassi, and Adam Wilson.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Chalemi. I've served at Seat 1 of the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council for the past 14 years. My husband, Jack, spent 2.5 years working on the area plan. I applaud staff on their efforts, but there's still a lot of concerns on the area plan. And also, the community was disappointed that with the changes, they did not come back to NETRAC for discussion and a vote to recommend or not recommend. Now, I was one of the 2 who voted not to recommend approval on the amendments. The community, which I represent, is still very concerned. Now, height up to 56 feet is still, there's very strong feelings that we should limit lakeside to 36 feet, mountainside between 48 and 56 feet. That was the original vision of the community back in 2013 and thereafter. Now, density, you've heard about density, is there's still a lot of questions and pushback on density, because if you're putting duplexes and fourplexes in a residential area, how can you say that you are not increasing density? You can already go to the Kings Beach Safeway, and there are no eggs, there is no bread, there is no milk. We don't have the infrastructure, not sewer, not water, not power. Our streets are full of people. Traffic is often at a standstill. Developments. Now, all I've seen proposed for the Kings Beach Town Center in the last 14 years have been primarily residential projects. The La Lima project in 2019 was 90% residential. The Kings Beach Lakeside mixed-use project down the street is almost 80% residential. The owner of the Jason's restaurant that's right next door reportedly wants to build condominiums, which would eliminate the Kings Beach Best Restaurant, a kayak rental shop, and a gallery. There are presently 22 retail structures in the Lakeside and Kings Beach. If we replace these all with residential, what's that going to be? And how can you say that you're increasing housing in the town centers when the condominiums are $2 to $6 million? Lastly, I hope you've read my several letters and recommendations. I really recommend that a pause be mandated to consider the long-term development projects for our area, considering the environmental, traffic, and safety impacts to the region and a master plan developed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Ron Grassi. My wife and I have lived in a home in Tahoe City for over 40 years, and I'm also a member of Friends of the West Shore and the Sierra Club, and I wanted to ask that you deny the amendment. I'm not going to discuss the issue of whether or not the proposed amendment rests on shaky grounds. It does. Please read the law. There are explicit exceptions that they have to show before they can do an amendment versus an actual EIR. Enough said. You're going to hear more about that as more speakers speak. I wanted to talk about a different issue which relates to what we have before us right now. In my opinion, over a decade ago, TRPA in Placer County made a very serious mistake, and now they are doubling down. They have grabbed a hold of the concept of opening the floodgates to massive development, to foster economic prosperity and take in a lot of fees and taxes. That means that the more important issues, such as a specific evacuation plan, out-of-control tourism, massive traffic congestion, and necessary workforce housing, have been placed to the side. They're not moneymakers. My advice to you and to TRPA and to Placer is stop. I heard the word before, pause, fine. Pause or stop, but do one or the other. Stop building. Instead, work with the public, including bona fide environmentalists, and figure out how healthy is the lake presently, which we refer to as its carrying capacity. If you find that the lake has got problems with its environmental health, stop, and let's solve that problem first. That's the number one priority. If the lake is being overtaxed by the 15 million tourists of last year, and I'm not sure what it'll be this year, and in view of the trash beaches and the insufficient parking and traffic, it's time to stop. There's something wrong. Nothing wrong with tourism. We have too much of it is the problem. We have to control it. If you haven't come up with a really good emergency specific evacuation plan, which includes all the tourists who will need to know where to go, then you should stop. You've got to find a way to get the word out to them. We all know about the next big fire. It's not a question of if, but when. I believe that the track record of TRPA, and I believe Placer, is weak on the issue of substantial workforce housing. That should be one of the priorities. We've been talking about it for probably 15 years, and there's not a lot of workforce housing in the basin. Some, but not a lot. My advice is just two things. Identify the really pressing problems, I'm almost done, facing the lake now, and work with the public and the environmentalists to solve them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me. My name is Adam Wilson. I'm with the NTCA, North Tahoe Community Alliance, and I'm also been a resident since I was a kid. I had the opportunity to grow up here, graduate from North Tahoe High, bring my family here, and raise them as well. Live just over in Tahoe Vista. I would say two things to you. This amendment allows us, while not the silver bullet, not going to solve everything, it at least puts us in a position to move in the right direction. And when I say move in the right direction, it's complicated. You've heard some concerns already, and those concerns are are validated, but they're not the only concerns. There is we heard 300 businesses less. You walk up and down Kings Beach. We've got these great sidewalks now, and you can't actually participate in any kind of shopping or enjoyment because there's one building, one boarded up building, one restaurant, one vacant restaurant. It's not like it was when I grew up here. It's not like we came to Kings Beach all the time and there was plenty of business going on. It was thriving, and it's just not that way. These amendments are one step towards helping economic development, environmental stewardship, and community vitality. I really believe there are concerns, but if we don't all come together with some answers and we actually don't work towards that, and these amendments do that. They've listened to the public. They've restricted the height. They haven't changed the height restrictions. They've not changed the length restrictions. They've taken that into consideration, which is important to listen to the public and so forth. But it's at the same time, if we do nothing, it's going to look just like this and it's going to get worse. Because yes, there can feel like a lot of tourism and so forth and a lot of traffic, and we all have to deal with that live up here on a daily basis. But if you talk to our business community, they're struggling. They're not benefiting from all this tourism that is apparently up here. They're not getting the benefit of that. So it is important that as we continue to look at these things, and we look at not only just this amendment, but all of the body of work that's going on, that it is steps in the right direction, even as complicated as it is and as challenging it is. And I'll close with saying, I believe in our fire districts, our fire departments, our police departments, and so forth. They do have a plan. They've been talking about the plan. They've had open houses about the plan. They've presented in the last month 3 separate times. There's a townhouse coming up. So I would encourage everybody in this room, if you don't know what the plan is, come listen to the plan. They have a very good plan, and they have a lot of efforts in place. So again, I would encourage you to consider this amendment. It is not a wholesale change, and it is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, if we could have Pam Chamblin, Sue Daniels, and Steve Gregory. Okay, thank you. If we could get Sherry Sugal.
Good afternoon, Sue Daniels. Not to repeat a lot of the things that were said, but I've lived here 66 years. And so
What's your name, please?
Sue Daniels. Susan Daniels.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was hard for you to understand. So maybe I'm too close? No, okay.
No. Talk into the microphone, but get close to it so we can hear you.
Okay. Yesterday, a lot of us did see the Tahoe Summit. I wanted to point out how beautiful it looked, like Tahoe should be. Most of the illegal rentals that are usually buoyed out in front of our building here were gone. The boats were, the jet skis were gone, and all the highway construction had been eliminated for the event. We wish it could be all like that. But in reality, I am a realtor, been a realtor here for 35 years. I talk to people in my cars all the time. I've sold some of the properties in town to people that want to develop. And I know that they can develop within the current codes. They would like more because they can make more money, but they know what they can do and they know it can be efficient. My concern, though, as a member of the North Tahoe PUD Board, director for the last 16 years there, is infrastructure. We are trying to build to the water fire protection for the area. We are trying to get federal funds. We have gotten some, however, we do not have fire hydrants in all of the areas up here in all of the streets. The infrastructure for the roads is not capable. We are at F level every day at commute hours. We know why, people have to come in. But we also know that we're at F levels that if we were in an emergency, people would not be able to get out. I know there are fire preparedness plans. They're accounting for AI to help us. That did not help anybody in Maui because all the cell systems went out. So I worry that we would be taking a entitlement of a TAU or a single family home, which comes from the entitlement of a motel, a 350 square foot room with 1 bathroom, and morphing it into a 4 or 5 bedroom luxury condo that we're going to sell for $2 million. And we're going to do this so we can afford to add some affordable housing, workforce housing. The math is there for the developers, but not realistic for what's going to be on the ground for us. Mr. Watts asked some good questions about population. Most of our census was taken in 2019, in October, November. It was published at the end of 2020. And those numbers did not show what happened in COVID. And during that time, many people moved up full-time, or they put their houses on short-term rental. Now, I sell houses, and I have people say, don't worry, I can spend $200,000 overpriced because I can make it back in 2 years of short-term rental. But when it comes down to the data, I was talking to Dan about it, from the TRPA, the data might not be accurate with TOT funding because I know places are rented a lot, and I don't think all the data gets turned in. So population is here, and there are a lot of people, and we're already failing. So reconsider what we're going to do by adding more density and morphing our TAUs into big buildings.
Okay, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Gregory. I live in Tahoe Vista, and I'd like to address the need to prioritize affordable workforce housing. Those of us who are up here in the community have all experienced labor shortages in restaurants and businesses and with services. And I'd like the commission to reinstate a socioeconomic policy that in this draft has been struck. It reads, continued efforts to address the existing job housing imbalance and provide additional housing at an affordable price level should be pursued. This is very important. And just to reiterate, priority should be given to workforce housing over the development of condos and hotels for transient populations and the traffic that they bring. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Sugal. I'm a longtime resident of Brockway, Kings Beach area. I'm also the CEO of a climate finance company that works internationally. I've spent about the last 30 years of my career in 65 countries working on climate change mitigation and risk assessment for all kinds of different projects. I have to qualify what I'm saying by saying that I am not opposed to really well-planned redevelopment. And I think that a lot of the ideas that we've heard here today sound great, and they sound great on paper, but I think all of this needs to be taken in the context of the reality of the world that we're living in today. And I think a lot of what Placer County does is based on really outdated modalities of planning, and particularly when it comes to development planning and tourism planning. None of this takes into account the very, very real risks that we're facing of a massive wildfire in our area. And as many people have mentioned today, it is really telling that we are having this meeting today while many people we know, many people we love, are escaping a major apocalyptic event in the Big Island and in Lahaina. And if we think for a second that that cannot happen here or it won't happen here, we are absolutely dreaming. We have the same conditions, if not worse. And we are living in a place where tourism has been planned based on the number of heads in beds continually over and over again. We have sat in these meetings and we have begged for rational tourism planning here. We have a 2-lane road leading in and out of this place. And the reality of paradise is on everybody's minds, and it was why we were designated as one of the most likely places on earth to be the next paradise. And if anyone in this room does not know what that means people dying and burning to death in their cars. So when I think about this area plan, I think about the fact that on a normal day, it is impossible to move through Tahoe. We can't even get through Kings Beach. So while, believe me, as a CEO, I like to make money too. But that is not the reality that we are living in. No amount of money is going to compensate for the loss of life that we are very likely to see here if we don't stop, take a breath, and start thinking about a real wildfire scenario with a very real evacuation plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could get Niobe Burden Austere, Richard Beatty, and Leah Kaufman.
Hello, Commission. Excuse me. I'm Niobe Burden Austere. I'm a property owner since 1998 in Tahoe Vista. Self-employed photographer. I also supplement my income with a hospital job. And I was formerly on the Tahoe City Downtown Association and a banker in venture capital lending. Thank you, everyone, for all your hard work. Totally appreciate. We need to keep working together on this. I understand today's amendments don't address height, but will be deferred to TRPA for decision and then separately addressed back with Placer County. That said, I want to impress upon the Commission that when addressing all density issues, there is a better way than 0 setbacks, reduced parking, 100% coverage, or being in town centers, and being addressed here, which are being addressed here to increase density, to make these projects pencil. Visitors come by auto, workers need autos for work. Having affordable housing components requires parking as well. I lived in 5 tourist destinations in the past 10 years worldwide and have many ideas of how affordable housing is addressed without increasing density. For example, in Italy and Austria, they stipulate smaller development, 6-unit developments with 1 or 2 affordable housing units, with the other 4 or 5 being STR, supporting those workforce housing units. Doesn't Placer have land bank that can be offered for such projects, smaller land lots, smaller projects? We need to look at achievable versus affordable versus achievable housing. Achievable housing does not address our real need of rentals for frontline restaurant, tourist businesses, hospital, and infrastructure employees who make a minimum wage to $25 an hour and can only afford $800 a bedroom to $1,000 a bedroom. Look at our zones. Allow in downtown, put tourist accommodations along 28 and 89 with bus transit available. Let's study our current situation of density with an accumulative basin-wide environmental assessment study, not relying on data from a 2020 census and 2016 EIR before approving any zoning or ordinance changes. Also, we must consider the fire evacuation and the communication with 40,000 summer visitors along with residents on limited 2-lane egresses, very concerning, especially considering Lahaina just happening. We can work within our current constraints, be creative, uphold CEQA regulations, protect the lakes, safety of all, find gap funding to make these smaller projects pencil for developers who care about the basin and want to work within our constraints. Those that are aware of our strict thresholds want to keep the money here in the basin. Lastly, the communities of this North Shore don't want to be homogenized ski villages. We want redevelopment. What happened to the redevelopment agencies?
Could you wrap it up, please?
Finally, let's work together, lead by example, and show the world how we can work within a sensitive environment and hold those environmental thresholds balanced with economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners, staff. My name is Richard Beatty. I am a resident in Kings Beach. I was priorly a developer in Old Sacramento, so I'm speaking in this case against the amendments, but I have some sensitivity to development and redevelopment. I particularly want to acknowledge Commissioner Watts for his take on the overview, which I think is what's missing in some of these discussions. What we have here is a disconnect between what we saw at the Tahoe Summit yesterday and what is being proposed generally by TRPA in Placer County. We saw a real emphasis on environmental issues yesterday from a state and federal level, but at a county level, what we're seeing is a continued emphasis on Oh, that's okay. So what I was trying to say was that lessening environmental impact standards to increase economic support is not a great idea and is not necessary. What really is necessary is more of a private-public partnership enforced by zoning codes and public financing to appropriate land that's not being developed by private developers and put to use for public use, such as the idea of eminent domain to take over non-used private lands and put back into public use. I want to say that, back to what I was saying about Commissioner Watts, when we see that there are 6 major developments in the North Lake Tahoe area, which will greatly increase traffic density, which will greatly slow down the ability to move around and will impact all of our fire safety problems, these need to be taken as a group, not individually. And I think that's where TRPA is losing sight of the environmental issues by treating these as individual problems instead of as a group of problems. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
No.
No.
Pull the mic closer down. Pull it down. There you go.
Now?
Get a little closer.
Get close.
Oh my goodness. My name is Leah Kaufman. I'm a 40-year planning consultant. I've spent my entire career in the Tahoe Basin. I am an ex-TRPA employee, and I came to Tahoe because my father loved skiing, and he saw people in short sleeves and shorts, and this is where he landed. So that being said, I think, have all of you read this 895-page document with the purple lines and the red lines and changes, and there's a lot of confusion. I think there's also a lot of confusion between the TRPA proposed amendments for achievable housing, and that will circle back around, and that will be for increased density height coverage, reduced parking, and setbacks. And I think that's wrong to bifurcate because that's piecemealing. And enough people spoke about the CEQA impacts of that. And I think when you look at impacts, cumulative impacts result from a collectively significant as well as less significant actions taking place over a period of time. The staff has done a tremendous amount of time, and I think there's so much knowledge in the locals in this room. I would suggest deferring for a month, having the community sit down with Stephanie, with Stacy, Emily, and actually understanding everything. As a 40-year land planner, I don't. For example, there are changing land use patterns that have not been analyzed. The amendments include an unknown number of parcels that would now be buildable with the reduced lot size and setbacks. How many parcels are affected and where are they located? The addition of multi-person dwellings is not necessarily a bad idea, but the density is proposed to be increased from 25 persons per acre to 62 persons per acre. How many of those 62 persons will have cars? I have spoken to Palisades housing experts, and they say that at least 50% of their employees have cars, 100% of their professionals have cars. They are struggling. They are using hotels, which are coming out of our TOT base, and they are putting people in hotels and not building on site. Back when Placer County approved Phase 1 Village, they did not require affordable housing. I think the SDRs are huge impact. There's 3,900 of them. Of those, maybe 3,500 are being used. If you do the math, 4 cars per driveway, they are adding 62,800 trips a day. I want to see change. I want to see redevelopment. I cannot get everything done in 3 minutes. I've written letters
Okay.
with suggestions. Every one of my letters has suggestions. I just don't think we're ready for these amendments to move forward without addressing more specific detail and making
Okay,
the
thank you.
public understand. Thank you.
If we could get Ann Nichols, Jim Gardiner, and Omar Raines.
Wow. Hi, guys. This is a big deal. I wish we'd had a whole day for this. But anyway, I wanted to address some stuff that hasn't been talked about. So this EIR that they don't think needs to be addressed was done in 2016. We went from a 4-lane to a 2-lane road through town in 2017. Major change. That should be addressed. This is not, where's the traffic analysis on this? The other major changes are, of course, more wildland fires, more STRs not addressed. This is not something that should just be broad brushed. Some of the people that maybe you're not, the Tahoe Living Working Group, doesn't that sound great? It's really just people from TRPA, from the resorts. It's not the public. The public is missing in all of this. The North Tahoe Community Alliance is really the resort association, really run by the Ritz, Palisades, Vail, Grand Lebacan. It's not, and Erin Casey, wonderful. She used to work for the county. She works for the really, I call it the Resort Association. So there's a different goal here, and it's tourism. And we have way too much. So things have changed. They should do an EIR. We've got microplastics now, too. That's a nice change. We've got the invasives are worse, and we've got herbicides in the lake. So, yeah, nothing's changed. No, a lot's changed. So, and then the population being down, the post office boxes in Crystal Bay have doubled, which is a small post office. And then the 14 projects on the books, you guys, 14. It's not just 6 in our video. Boulder Bay, Tahoe Inn, Calneva, 39 Degrees, Neptune Investments, Kings Beach Lodge, Ferrari La Lima, Martis Valley West, Alpine View Court, Dollar Creek Crossing, Boatworks Redevelopment, Tahoe City Lodge, Palisades, Homewood. Is that enough? We got to stop. We got to do cumulative. We have to figure this out. And then the regulatory failures. Do I even have time to? TRPA, 2-step process. Why we don't have any multifamily is you get multifamily approved. Next day you go in, I want condos. TRPA goes, great, 2-step process. That's why we don't have anything. And all the derelict buildings, that's the CEP projects. Community enhancement projects TRPA did. They can't do it. They're too big. They can't get it done. They can't finance it. That's why that's what's boarded up. It's the TRPA CEP projects. It's not stuff we've done. There's been some revitalization. It's been pretty nice. But anyway, and the conversions, they have a cap. There's 6 million square feet of CFA, commercial floor area. For every 300 feet, you get 1 TAU, which is a condo. Do the math, 20,000 units. So this is not good.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Jim Gardner, Kings Beach resident and property owner for a long time. I'd like to thank everybody spoke already. They've got a lot of good points, and I hope you're listening. A few items I would like elaboration on is parking requirements. Sorry. all these new developments that you want to put in and affordable housing with no parking requirements. I don't know if you've been here during the winter, but there is no parking in the winter on the streets. People park in the streets now, the plows can't get by. It's a big mess. It's a zoo here. Camping in public parking lots and streets. The last meeting I was at, was mentioned that you wanted to permit RV parking in the public parking lots that employees and tourists park in. In other words, across the street from you, you're going to have a campground and all that's associated with that. Barbecues, you know, bathrooms, whatever. So, you know, I think there needs to be elaboration on that, saying, why do we have to have this here? Food vendors on the streets and sidewalks. I don't know if you come to Kings Beach on a weekend, there's like 4 or 5 of them. I doubt they have licenses. They're on the blocking the sidewalk. Cars stop in the street. Kids can get run over. I don't know about the food. I bet they're not licensed, in my opinion. So maybe the Squaw Valley or Palisades, excuse me, and North Star, they should have housing there. I know Squaw Valley has purchased a couple of hotels in Kings Beach to house their employees. Half hour away on a good day, maybe an hour, hour and a half on a bad day. Perhaps they can have a campground over at Squaw Valley or North Star. Why put all the affordable housing in Kings Beach? Each community needs to do their fair share. So TRPA mentioned we have less hotel rooms. How about the SDRs? We have SDRs in residential neighborhoods now. That was affordable housing. That was housing for employees. So now you're permitting SDRs, short-term rentals, in, you know, residential areas. And I like to just reiterate the fire danger and what could happen with the traffic. So let's plan smart. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Omer Raines here. I live at 180 Lakeview in Crystal Bay, and right above us, actually. The fact is that, and I'm not any more intelligent than anyone else in the room, but I have had a background that's probably fairly unusual. I've spent most of my adult life in public service. I'm in my 80s now. And for a long time, I chaired the Ventura County Planning Commission. So when it comes to land use matters, I've got more than a modest amount of experience. Anyway, the thing that concerns me most of all, and it's been brought up by a number of people, is that we have absolute gridlock up here. If a fire or any other catastrophe occurred, neither fire nor medical nor police would be able to get in and out. When you hear about 15 million tourists coming through a year, I mean, this is a small area, and it's precious. It's a national preserve, especially the lake. Anyway, one thing that has not been mentioned is that there's a lot of history involved here, and more that's probably going to be. An example would be Mark Twain wrote in, trying to think of the name of yeah, it's Roughing It, that he at one time started in Kings Beach and then went up a trail. The trail goes right in front of my house, and it goes up to what he called the Lookout Point, and we still do. And the state of California now, there has before it, and the federal government as well, the possibility of a National Historic Trail marker. That's not been considered by Placer County. Insofar as I can discern, there's a lot about this that's precious. That I mean, the platitudes are perfect. They're great platitudes. Much smaller island. So anyway, A friend of mine, now deceased, Jerry Waldy, was one of the original members of TRPA. He was a former member of Congress. He was a candidate for governor. Is that telling me that my time is up?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I will cease then. But hope that the dog and pony shows that have been going on are somehow were stalled. We'll see. Thank you kindly.
Sir,
They want you to stay.
See, you have a question.
I'm sorry?
no, I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for all your service. I actually worked for Caltrans in the legislative unit when you were in the Senate, so thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Take care.
Up next, if we could have David Herzog, Gavin Feiger, and Rob Olson.
Hello, my name is Dave Herzog. I live in Tahoe Vista for 30 years, and I'm totally in favor of the affordable housing. And we need to do that, and we're going to give breaks to developers to develop affordable housing. We should limit it to affordable housing and this achievable housing. It's great if you're a millionaire and you can afford to spend $1 million on a condo, but I think that the county should use their, the matching funds that are available from other agencies to use those incentives to build the affordable housing and limit these giveaways of all the land use planning, coverage and parking and all that should be just given and limited to solely affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, a little bit shorter. Gavin Feiger, League to Save Lake Tahoe. We've been involved in all the area plan updates that have happened around the lake since the area plans first came about with the 2012 Tahoe Regional Plan, TRPA's regional plan. We fought really hard for the growth controls contained in the regional plan. We, in fact, sued TRPA because we didn't think they were strong enough, did the same with the shoreline plan. So we're very comfortable with the guardrails that are currently in place for the growth that's left in Tahoe, that approximately 7% of land use development that can still happen. And we want to see all that go into town centers, ideally. I mean, so there will be some in people's neighborhoods and so on, but as much as possible, we want to see all the remaining growth go into town centers. And these amendments go a long way as far as that goes. It's great to see the turnout here. Like I say, I go to these meetings all around the lake over years and years, and you don't always see great community engagement. And you also don't see the staff, the jurisdictions listening to the community in a lot of places. I mean, Washoe County, a couple months ago, they went against everything the community was asking for. So I think it's great that you remove the height and the density, which is something that, or the massing, which is something we'd been asking for. We're very supportive of the parking pieces. We need places for people, not for cars. I've said that a lot, and I'll say it again. The one thing that we are concerned about is, I don't want to exactly use the same term, cumulative impacts, because like I said, we're comfortable with the way that those are handled under the regional plan, but it's the implementation of the offsetting measures, right? So for all development, there's offsetting measures, mitigation measures, policies and goals, and those are not being implemented or enforced at the same rate that development is happening. Or if it is, we're not convinced of that. So for our request, being solutions-focused organization, our request for the Planning Commission is that before this goes to the Board of Supervisors, you ask staff to, and we've asked for this in our letters over the last year, to do a full update on the mitigation measures from the 2017 TBAP, a status update on where those are, if we're meeting them. If we're not meeting measures from 5 years ago, it's probably not prudent to start putting in a lot of new things. And as these amendments or some version of them go forward, seeing really robust mitigation monitoring so we can show whether or not the offsetting measures are working. That is how the system is designed, and it's not working out perfectly. Final note on affordable housing, all the policies in the world are not likely to counteract capitalism and the desire for most developers to want to have highest return on investment. That said, they're trying. Without housing authorities in Tahoe, and not just Placer, but all around Tahoe, there's not money, there's not staff to shepherd through the complicated process. So these policies, and we're seeing it all around the basin, are really currently the bet. So go forward with them slowly as you are doing, and monitoring and enforcement is going to be key. So.
Okay, thank
Hello, my name is Rob Olson. Thank you for sitting here and absorbing all this information. You guys are very patient. I'm the president of the Tahoe City Downtown Association, and really briefly, the amendments do fall in alignment with things that we've been pushing on the county for. So I'd say that on that level, taking off my hat as a professional building industry. I lived in Alpine Meadows, and I've been locally here for 16 years, living here and working. I have 12 employees. 2 of them live in the basin, even remote workers in Sacramento and down south in Bakersfield. And housing is a big issue. And will these amendments have bad projects be presented? Yeah, sure, they will. Are bad projects being presented now? Yeah, sure. Bad projects are going to come regardless of what's going on. The difference is that it's trying to make nudges to positive projects, more smartful projects, but it's not, it's not the end-all be-all like everything's approved. Process, do it. So I would say move forward with it, because the goal is to move people, STRs, out of neighborhoods, to put them into town centers where they're all these visitors are collected in one spot. So egress out in emergency is more efficient. Putting full-time residents into neighborhoods, and even putting full-time residents in walkability to work, that is the goal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Up next, if we could get Alexis Ovar, Jackson Riallo, and Bob McCormick.
Good afternoon, Placer County Planning Commission members. My name is Alexis Aller, the Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. We're an environmental advocacy organization for 35 years. We're based in Truckee, but we do look to steward the North Lake Tahoe and Truckee area. We are advocates of redevelopment and workforce housing, and I have to say that I wish that this amendment package was to move the needle, but those of us who know what developers want, negotiating and working with workforce housing developers, can tell you that they need the mass, height, and scale, and they also need subsidies in order to bring true workforce housing forward. The TBAP amendment has a number of good ideas, good things written on paper, but without quality analysis, updated analysis, and environmental review, we can't ensure that the TBAP amendments will actually bring forward the type of uses that we want to see. I would love to see more workforce housing come forward in North Lake Tahoe, but I want to ensure that that housing is geared towards our workforce. And those are average median incomes that are typically below 120% AMI. So my question to you as commissioners today is to really look at the set of amendments and question whether these are going to move the needle forward. Because hearing Placer County staff adhere to outcry and remove the height is wonderful. But if it's going to come back forward through another process with TRPA, job. And if we really want to incentivize meaningful work housing for our workforce, the people who are trying to live and work in Tahoe, then there has to be subsidies. There has to be incentives. And I don't believe that this amendment package is really getting to that caliber to bring those types of projects forward. I've met with some of the developers who want to do something, maybe a workforce housing component. And guess what? They need height. They need height taller than 56 feet. So if we're not doing our job by looking at the environmental document and environmental analysis to look at height, mass, and scale, it's piecemeal planning. We're going to make a bad situation worse, and we're going to look at those impacts later on down the road. And as commissioners, you need to have the answers in front of you today. And a 16-page addendum EIR, EIS does not do the job. So I respectfully ask you to ask your staff today to do a revised addendum and EIR with actual land use studies and deny the TBAP amendments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
My name is Jackson Riallo. I work as a land use planning consultant here in the Tahoe Basin. I'd like to thank you for consideration and time this morning. I think what's most important that I'd like to convey to you guys is the context in which all of these public comments are coming forward. I think we are extremely lucky to live in a place where the community is so active in the public process and that we have such a healthy public discord. With that being said, I also think that there's been a lot of misunderstanding or misinformation being spread about the amendment package. What we've heard complaints about are basically current conditions: traffic concerns, water quality concerns, housing concerns, STR concerns, business vitality concerns, scenic concerns. All of these things are resulting from the current existing regulatory framework. What this current kind of amendment package is trying to do is actually shift those dynamics moving forward so that we stop seeing the existing conditions. We've heard lots of complaints about developers making money grabs for luxury condo projects and other things of similar nature. That is happening because of the current code. It is not possible to make, as a developer, it is not possible to make the profit margins that they're looking to do with anything other than what a luxury condo project or similar type money grab type project. The amendment package is before you today is looking to address all of these concerns so that moving forward we see projects that are more aligned with the regional plan and the visioning concepts for our town centers. What's really great about the town center concept is that it has a ripple effect on everything else that we've heard about. You have reduced traffic, you have increased walkable and bikeable town centers, you have activated streetscapes, business vitality, businesses start to thrive more, their employees don't have to commute into the Tahoe Basin, so you have reduced VMT impacts. And then most of all, I think what's something that I neglected to talk about earlier, I apologize about that, but another concern that we heard about is water quality impacts. Town centers are the biggest contributing source to stormwater runoff pollution. Right now, Kings Beach Town Center and Tahoe City Town Center, they are completely outdated in terms of BMPs and stormwater controls. If we have redevelopment in those town centers, we get updated BMPs, which will then contribute to better water quality and increased source control measures. With that being said, I know I'm wrapping up right here. I just wanted to say that we heard the lake, the land, and the people are what the priorities are of the Tahoe Summit. I think that this package does exactly that. It shifts dynamics away from, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Bob McCormick. I'll be quick because I have to make a doctor's appointment in Truckee in an hour and a half, and I'm not sure I'll make it. I've been a resident here for 50 years. I was chairman of the redevelopment project that won an award for the best in the country under $10 million here for 7 years. And I proposed these roundabouts, which were designed to work well. They're not working. And the problem is that there's no control of the pedestrians just walking in and out of these all the time. I suggest that the county ought to look into some kind of program with lights. We've only got 2 of them, but we could set it up so they have to queue up and enter the thing every 3 minutes maybe and let traffic flow like it's supposed to. I was really encouraged the other day when I saw an article about the head of the resort association down in the visitor area in South Shore said, we don't need to manage tourism, we need to manage the tourism, we don't need to promote it anymore. And thank God for Fodors, or imagine how bad it would be if they weren't trying to make people stay away from here. In 50 years, I have never seen it like this, and neither have any of my friends. We don't have food in the grocery store, like she said, at night after a weekend. We're sitting in traffic forever trying to just get into the traffic because the tourists don't want to let you in so they can move 3 feet and wait longer at the stoplight. It's crazy up here.
Now, I'd like to suggest a couple of original things maybe. I already mentioned that I think we should have lights at the roundabouts to keep the traffic moving. But after 50 years, I'm transitioning up to Portland. My kids live up there. I still love Lake Tahoe. I'm still going to keep a house here. But, you know, up in Portland, they have a problem that's pretty famous about homelessness, except right downtown. But what they did in 2020 is very creative, and I wish the staff would look into it and maybe check out what Portland's doing. They allow you to have ADU in your house, but they also now allow you to have another ADU that's freestanding on your property. Now, if you think about that, because most of our 70% homes, that's an incentive if you give the right tax breaks or incentives to these owners to build another unit on their property. When I was chairman of NETRAC for years, we used to have this subject come up a lot. I remember allow all the mother-in-law units in Squaw Valley to. And I asked a simple question that stopped the conversation. I said, yeah, but what happens when what really will happen is they'll turn them into vacation rentals for weekends, and they won't be available even for short-term rentals to employees. And they all said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The bus system's only carrying 1.4% of all the traffic up here. That's not the answer. People do not want to get out of their cars. And so we really need to look at I agree with everybody who said the number one priority should be workforce housing, because we have 30 empty stores here in Kings Beach, and it's mostly because they can't find employees that can afford to live near her. I mean, I remember when people were living in boxcars and sleeping in their cars all the time, and it's gotten worse. It's going to get worse. Just think about human nature. You want to get out of your car. You want to park all over the grid. Hardly anybody has an empty space in front of their house. And we need to do something about housing, and I think maybe one good way that is to talk to people who own all these properties they don't use all the time and having a second unit that would pay for the. You know, so maybe you could give them tax breaks or some kind of a break with all the paperwork you have to go through with Placer County to get anything built here. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now I got to see the doctor.
Next, if we could have Michael Henriquez.
Want to make a comment right now?
No, I have to call my boy. He's in Tucson. I got to call him real quick.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Judy Tornice, and I'm president of Friends of the West Shore. We appreciate Placer's intent to maintain current height and building length. But I'd like to mention other remaining serious issues regarding the TBAP. A CEQA environmental EIR is required. The TBAP is using old data from 2000. Circumstances have changed. Traffic, there's a flux of remote workers because of COVID. There are more visitors, concern about more wildfires and emergency evacuation, and the loss of scenic views, and many more. But we need an EIR to evaluate these issues. Secondly, Friends does not support the proposal to eliminate design review for multifamily development with 15 units or less. Of undetermined size could drastically change a neighborhood, and the public should have the opportunity to comment on such projects in their neighborhood. Also, we all agree that Tahoe and workforce housing. Why are we mixing a small portion of needed affordable housing, a lot of unneeded luxury condos for tourists, and including both in the same project? That's mixing apples and oranges. If we want affordable housing, and I think we all do, build it, but get it subsidized. Built specifically in town centers, which will also revitalize the town center and encourage new businesses. We need more than just a little bit of affordable and multi-family housing here and there. We need a lot of it. So I think if we build for the, if we have built for the tourists, so it's time to build for the locals and for the local businesses. Let's some federal, state. Also, we need to better control short-term rentals that could increase.
Are you Michael? Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name's Ray Villeman. I'm a local business owner of over 20 years. I first would love to show recognition and gratitude for the work that the county staff has put into this. I've valued the opportunity to provide input and feedback with surveys, and they have been very approachable. So that's my first comment. In regard to being a local business owner, depending on the season, we have 350 to 400 employees. And I wanted to speak today to just share with my personal experience through COVID and to date. Everything the data is showing you is true. We have a massive increase in commuters into this area from as far as Carson City, far away as Carson City, Reno, and Auburn. Prior to COVID, that just didn't exist. We did not have that many commuters, if any, from Reno. So the impact on the increase in STRs, there's so many numerous reasons for this taking place. I can't emphasize enough, we all are in a workforce affordable housing crisis. And this amendment are steps in addressing that. It's not going to solve everything, but I fully support the direction this is headed. The commission has the difficult task of, you're responsible for one area of solving some of the many problems that we have in this community, and I would just offer up that the staff has been very attentive, in my view, with analyzing what's going on in the region and potential partners, town of Truckee, examples for South Lake Tahoe, such as South Lake Tahoe has banned STRs in any residential zoned areas and moved it to the core. So we're observing and what we can do better. But thank you for your time today, and I fully support this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we could have DJ Ewan and Tony Karwowski.
DJ Ewan unfortunately had to go to work. So my name's Tony Karwowski.
Okay, get close to the microphone so we can hear you.
Oh, you do have to get close.
Yeah.
People weren't kidding. My name's Tony Karwowski. I'm president and CEO of the North Tahoe Community Alliance, and want to thank you all for taking the time to hear our community issues in our community today. I know that's different, and just want to express that appreciation. I'm a over 20-year resident of the region. I have children I'm raising in the region who have been through Kings Beach Elementary and are in the middle and high school, and my wife teaches at the middle school. And you know, I think my desire here is to really leave a positive legacy for our community. That's part of the reason why I actually took my role at the ACA a little over 18 months ago. You know, I think one of the things I want to acknowledge too, like Ray did, is the staff at the county and the diligence they've done with presenting the amendments, providing opportunity for community feedback, even retracting some of the more inflammatory issues out of it so we can move it forward. That is the most important part of what we need to do today, is make sure these amendments move forward. In my 20 years here, I've seen nothing but businesses leave, friends leave, relatives leave. It's disheartening. I really worry about what tomorrow looks like here. You've heard a lot about what we can do, what we're doing, what some of the problems are here. And one thing I want to highlight for you is, again, what you're looking at is part of a much larger body of work going on here amongst hundreds of people in the region and dozens of organizations, including my own. We're in the middle of our own sponsorship process right now. We're putting about $22 million back out into the for transportation, tourism impact mitigation, and workforce housing projects. We have about another at least $20 million to put back in that 3 years, be putting into our annual communistic fund as well as a reserve. This is all in the name of ensuring that we have the right infrastructure in place in the community to move our community forward, to enhance community vitality and our environmental stewardship themes. One thing I do want to point out here as I'm coming down on time is it's critical as you think about where this is designated to be in our downtown cores. We have lost so many rooms in North Lake Tahoe over the past 10 to 15 years. I'm going to name off properties right now. Tahoe Inn, Tahoe, Cal Neva, and the Falcon. All of these were in downtown cores. We desperately need to replace those rooms so that we can provide lodging to our guests in walkable situations where they have available transit, rental, retail opportunities at their fingertips. They don't need to get in their cars. They don't need to create congestion. That is a lot of the change that we've seen in our community, is the fact that now these visitors are not in the commercial cores where they belong. They're in residential zones. You've heard it from the teams here, and now you're hearing it from us. Thank you so much for being here today and doing what
Thank
you
you.
do.
Coleman Munch.
Okay, close. Coleman Munch. I have a home at 270 Lakeview in Crystal Bay. I spend a lot of time going through Kings Beach and spending time here. I am struck by the seeming disconnect between the data that we saw from TRPA and the reality that we here experience on the ground. You've heard it. I'm not going to repeat what other speakers have said that way, but I think that that warrants very careful environmental review, much beyond what the addendum has provided. And on that basis, I would ask you to not approve these changes today, but to give it have full of what residents here are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. Not just the traffic, but what it means to live here. From 270 Lakeview, I can tell you that there isn't any way possible, short of spending an entire day, to go and get a bag of groceries from Safeway without a car. We are automobile dependent in this community in many of the areas. So I think that redevelopment of the downtown area is desirable, but I think it needs to be done in a smart way, and I don't think that blending affordable and achievable housing is the best approach. I think a more laser focus on affordable housing would benefit the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be moving online now.
Bill, go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you, Bill Chan, Tahoe Prosperity Center. Thank you to the commissioners for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to county staff for their work on these issues. I'm commenting to express support for the proposed amendment package. Incentivizing mixed-use redevelopment of town centers will help reduce vehicle miles traveled, decrease erosion, and lead to increased lake clarity by allowing workers to live closer to their jobs. The proposed changes will spur economic benefits for the entire community, from increased interest and excitement around activated streetscapes, and help address the housing crisis and house more locals. Additionally, the proposed permitting and regulatory changes to deed-restricted housing, streamlining permitting for deed-restricted projects, changing development standards to help make deed-restricted and reducing or eliminating parking requirements for multifamily residential uses will go a long way to help incentivize private investment in deed restricted housing and providing the community with more workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Toby, go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Toby Tyler with the Tahoe Area Group of the Sierra Club. Summarizing the Sierra Club's written comments provided yesterday, the proposed amendments will have significant effects on transportation, noise, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, water quality, and scenic resources that are required by CEQA to be thoroughly analyzed. Although the Sierra Club supports actual workforce housing requirements in the basin, these amendments do not accomplish that. The current addendum fails to provide the required analysis needed to fulfill CEQA, and the addendum's conclusion that these amendments will not increase density and result in new significant environmental effects is not substantiated by any facts or evidence in the addendum. Also, an addendum to an established EIR is not the correct or lawful process for these proposed amendments because addendums are only appropriate for inclusion of minor technical changes or additions, which is clearly not the case here. At a minimum, a subsequent EIR is required. In this case, and without fully analyzing impacts, the county is opening themselves up to litigation without that full analysis in a subsequent EIR or a new EIR. There have been many changes in the basin in the last 7 years since Placer County adopted their EIR, particularly with transportation due to roadway capacity issues. These amendments increase fire evacuation hazards, and these evacuation concerns are significant effects that have not been thoroughly analyzed. CEQA requires that subsequent environmental review is required when circumstances have changed. As the General of California has recommended in the guidance via the link in my letter, there must be a thorough evacuation analysis performed. To quote the best practices guidance, quote, the CEQA guidelines require an analysis of any significant environmental effects the project might cause or risk exacerbating by bringing development and people into the area affected, including by locating development in wildfire risk. Tahoe Basin is obviously a wildfire risk area. Therefore, CEQA requires that this analysis be completed, and this has not been. The county must cumulative impacts that includes the above effects as well as the large number of projects that are slated for development, including 14 projects cited in our letter. In addition, there should be a complete review of the mitigation measures that have not been completed or have been ineffective from past projects before implementing any new projects or moving forward with these amendments. Basing these amendments on an economic study whose conclusions are entirely subjective and provide little, if any, evidence for its claims is unacceptable, particularly due to its effects on Lake Tahoe and National Treasured Lake. Furthermore, it appears from staff's presentation that the county is willing to further violate CEQA Section 15378 by piecemealing projects for allowance of increased height as project proposals come in to the county for approval. Piecemealing or segmenting means dividing a project into 2 or more pieces and evaluating each piece in a separate environmental document, rather than evaluating the whole of the project in one environmental document. This is explicitly forbidden by CEQA. We urge you to not pass these amendments, this addendum, or the ordinance based on these and our written comments. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Hi, Samir, go ahead and unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Samir Tuma, board member of the North Tahoe Community Alliance. The status quo in the basin right now is damaging our communities. Doing nothing, in my view, would be irresponsible. Let's focus on a few facts. We have a built environment that is degraded, dilapidated buildings, poorly maintained buildings. That's just a fact. We have inadequate housing. We've been losing residents, losing jobs, and businesses are suffering because they can't find employees. Those are facts. We've lost hotel rooms. Absolutely fact. And here's the interesting thing. By losing those hotel rooms, one of the byproducts has been driving people into the communities, driving the need for STRs. There's nothing in this amendment package that encourages STRs. In fact, there's a specific provision that says for every hotel room, they will lower the cap on STRs. Don't be fooled by the hyperbole and fear mongering that's been going on today. Very interestingly, there was a recent Board of Supervisors meeting. At that Board of Supervisors meeting, there was an extensive, detailed presentation from fire officials, sheriffs, and others. The evacuation plans, the fire plans are significant, they're meaningful, and we do have ways to deal with those emergencies. Interestingly enough, of all the people that I've heard mention fire today, I did not see a single one of them at that Board of Supervisors meeting listening and understanding what's actually going on the ground. There was a long list of projects that was enumerated that are in the pipeline. None have been built. There's a reason for that. One of the previous speakers said, oh, the financials all work for projects. They don't. These amendments are necessary. Additional hotels on the ground to get adequate housing put in place and mitigate the issues that so many people have been talking about today. Living in the past is really compromising our future. I encourage you very strongly to move forward with these amendments. As far as the adequacy of the the environmental analysis here, whether an EI is required or not, that's in the hands of the lawyers. I would defer to County Council, understand their opinion, what they believe. Ultimately, you guys are not sitting as attorneys or judges making a decision as to whether the environmental analysis here is adequate or not. That, I'm sure, like so many other things, will be litigated eventually. That's really should not come into your calculus. Thanks very much for your time today, and please move these amendments forward.
Thank you.
Hi, Denise. Go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Hello, good afternoon. Denise Vega, Housing Coordinator with Sierra Community House. Just a brief comment. I just want to say, as a nonprofit organization providing social services in the area, we often see the need for affordable housing. And so I just want to highlight that. I want to say that based on the high need that we see, we support and advocate for affordable housing. And I think it's great to see that we are taking steps and working towards that. And I also think it's good to see people getting involved in the conversation about housing. And so I hope that we can continue to develop innovative solutions together as a community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Craig, please unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Hello, my name is Craig Lemons, and my family has owned a place in Kings Beach since the 1970s. I just wanted to say that I think that the congestion is tremendous already, and I believe that the proposed amendments, if they are passed, will only add to that. With, you know, I just can't understand how with new proposed developments, how the density wouldn't increase. And I just think that we would be making a big mistake. I believe that the lake is at the infrastructure and everything else with the environment and everything at Lake Tahoe is at carrying capacity now. And I believe that if we add any more, we are going to, it's going to ruin everything that all of us cherish so much. And by the way, thank you very much, Planning Commission and staff for taking the time to hear my comments. Thank you.
What was the last name? W-A-L-L-I-S. Wallace? Okay. I'll call you when we're done with these. Hi, Emily. Go ahead and unmute your mic, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Emily Vitus, Executive Director of the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency.
The Workforce Housing Agency represents 7 of our largest public agencies in the region: Paul Forest Hospital, the school district, the airport, Truckee-Donner Public Utility District, Placer County, Nevada County, and the town. We recently made the strategic decision to expand to serve the greater middle-income workforce, which includes all of those with household incomes above 80% of the area median income, which makes up about 50% of our workforce, if not more. That means that more than 50% of our workforce cannot access the affordable housing that many have referenced today. The slide that Dan showed during presentations earlier says it all. You know, the basin is struggling. Do we want to make sure our businesses stay open? Do we want to support the people that support us and keep them closer to the places they work? You know, we talk about fire danger and gridlock today, but more than 40% of our workforce is commuting in, and, you know, that's what we're going to get. And, you know, imagine if we could actually live here and not impact traffic in and out of the basin and increase VMT. You know, I'm not downplaying the comments around tourism, fire danger, or advocating against affordable housing. I'm just stating that we must change the way that we are approaching all types of workforce housing. We have to streamline this process. We are in support of these amendments. We support achievable housing and all the pathways we must take, and the growth and evolution we must support to get there. And when I say achievable, I mean townhomes, condos, apartments, smaller single-family homes, residential housing built on top of commercial and parking like we've referenced today, and more. And based on conversations with local developers working to bring these types of housing stock to fruition, it can be really hard to navigate the county's permitting process. These amendments are a streamlining measure to facilitate the housing our workforce actually needs. A great percentage of our basin's crucial workforce are commuting in. They're living in less than ideal living conditions. They want to remain in the basin, but they're getting priced out. Over the last 3 years, we've surveyed over 3,000 public agency employees, and of those 3,000, more than 25% currently live in Eastern County, or they did. 45% of them said that they can only remain here if there are more accessible, affordable housing options for them. This does not mean the $1 million plus short-term rentals that are being referenced today. We are going to lose more employees. We are going to see more businesses closed. We are in a desperate situation here. Please consider supporting the housing-related amendments that will increase our ability to bring more achievable housing options to the basin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Wallace.
That's it?
One more?
One more? Oh.
I did not come prepared to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Prepared to speak, but as I sit here and take in information, certain things come to my mind. I believe that the staff who prepared this report sincerely put in their best effort and came up with the best ideas they could come up with to solve the problem. I think, and this is strictly not based on evidence, but on opinion, but I think that the people who directed them to attack the problem in this way had other objectives in mind. They sort of gave them a chance to create a report that would sound good, but is really underneath, it's kind of balanced to favor the developers and those who are looking to make money. I mean, to say, okay, get rid of the height restriction, but we'll kick it down the road for another decision. To make these affordable housing things with a plan so that the developer can really do whatever he wants, but it'll sound like we're trying to do affordable housing. I think you guys did a great job, but I think the people who directed you deceived you into making a report that isn't going to work. I think you should reconsider this whole thing, not approve this one you've got before you today. Thank you.
Okay. What was your name again, sir?
Steve Wallace.
Okay, thanks. No more?
That's a wrap.
Okay, well, I guess we're about to the end of the road with public comment. And so I'll go ahead and close the public comment and give the opportunity to staff to respond to anything you'd like to.
Chair Johnson, with the commission's permission, staff would request a 10-minute break to collect our thoughts and coordinate on notes and respond back and after a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I missed that.
They want a 10-minute break so they can get all the questions together and give answers.
Oh, okay. Take short break? Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break.
10?
10?
10.
10-minute break.
2 fives.
2 fives?
Yeah.
2 nickels, huh?
Do you want me to get started or no? Oh, is she coming? Okay.
Okay, I guess staff didn't abandon us, did they?
Ah, Can you
Yeah,
hear
go
me?
ahead
I
and,
can't tell. I don't think this is on.
Do you hear me?
Is it on?
We can hear you not.
Can you hear me? It's not on, I don't think.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Not great.
Hmm?
Not great.
Not
Can you hear
great.
me now? Yeah.
I can't hear him either.
Test.
Can you hear me?
Test.
Tess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, we're back in order, going again. And
Okay.
for
Well,
now, we're going to let staff respond to whatever you want from some of the questions and thoughts that came up. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the short break for us to kind of collect our thoughts. There's a lot of public comment, and we want to make sure we provide meaningful response to any questions that you had. There were some themes that came out in the comments that we want to take the opportunity to address, and then we'll respond to subsequent questions that you might have on those. So the themes that we identified, one, we'd like to talk to you about CEQA compliance. Another one is just really county priorities here in East Placer as it relates to housing and transportation. The traffic issue came up over and over, the need for affordable housing. We are doing a lot on those fronts, and so we do want to respond to that. And then also we heard a lot about emergency preparedness and evacuation, the risk of wildfires, what is happening in Maui. We are all hearing that and understand the concern there. And there's a lot going on around evacuation planning in the county, in this area, all over the county, but in East Placer. And so we would like to touch on that. And then also just what we do from a CEQA perspective with evacuation preparedness and planning. So with that, what I'm going to do is first turn it over. Clayton Cook, our county counsel, would like to provide a response on, there's 3 pieces on the CEQA side that he wants to touch on. And then after that, we have a couple other folks to help answer some questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Yeah, and so as I was listening, I came up with 3 things that I think were the main topics having to do with CEQA compliance. One was new information, whether new information has affected the need for a different environmental document. Another one was cumulative impacts. And then the last one was piecemealing, whether or not this project is piecemealing because of the height amendments and width amendments potentially coming back at a later point. So those are the 3 that I'll address. And I think to start off with, it would help to start with the basis for how we got to an addendum in the first place. An addendum to an EIR is required if one of the requirements in CEQA guidelines section 15162 is not met and the changes are minor. So when you look at section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines, it has 3 basic criteria that are, if any of these are met, then that would kick you to a supplemental EIR or potentially a subsequent EIR, a bigger document on the environmental review side. So the first one, substantial changes are proposed to the project. Here that isn't the case. We've got minor revisions to the area plan, and the staff report went into that. I won't go into detail of that, but they aren't substantial changes to the actual project itself. The second one, substantial changes occur to the circumstances under which the project is undertaken, which require major revisions due to the involvement of new significant environmental effects. So you've got to have major revisions and significant environmental effects that weren't present here. I would say that is not the case with this project either, because there are not major revisions, and that new significant environmental effects is also not indicated either. As you look through the addendum, they've gone through each of the topic areas in the addendum and identified that each environmental impact is still less than significant. And we can go through each of those. The staff is prepared to if you'd like, but there's topics of wildfire, water quality, those kinds of things are all addressed. The last potential option under 15162, which is what you've heard about today, new information of substantial importance which was not known and could not have been known with the exercise of reasonable diligence at the time the prior EIR was certified. And that new information shows that there's either a new significant impact, a new significant effect, or there is a mitigation measure that was otherwise not feasible that is now feasible, or a mitigation measure that's considerably different than what was originally approved. So it gets real tricky on that third one, but I think, so let me break it down into pieces. The first part, it's got to be new information that was not known or could not have been known with the exercise of reasonable diligence at the time of that 2017 EIR. Wildfire impacts. It was identified in the EIR. There were impacts. There was an analysis of it and a less than significant finding. Those are the kind of things you're looking at. Population increases, density, the concern about housing. Those were all items that were discussed in that EIR. So was it discussed, or was it one of those things that with reasonable diligence should have been known at that time? I would suggest that those things all were covered in that 2016 EIR. And then when you go to new significant impacts, that then goes to each one of those, and you would be looking at all of the analysis and the addendum to see if there is a new significant impact. So with that as a backdrop, we go to this new information, and there were comments about the Attorney General guidance provided in October of 22 about wildfire risk. That document was guidance. At the time that was published, there had already been a wildfire analysis done for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. The information that's in there is a guidance document, and it's something with respect to wildfire that was evaluated in the addendum that you looked at. Staff went through the wildfire analysis in that 2017 document and evaluated it and determined that the impact was still less than significant. And specifically, the EIR in 2017 determined that after you looked at compliance with regional plan policies, local and state regulations for fire protection, area plan policies for fuel reduction and increases to defensible space, that there wasn't a significant impact. Those are all the same concerns that we would be looking at today for wildfire risk. So there was not any new information from the Attorney General opinion in 2022 that would have now bumped us to a situation where we need a more comprehensive environmental document. So I want to touch on cumulative impact, because that was another topic that came up. Cumulative impacts, there's been a lot of references to that, but you have to, with cumulative impacts, look at what specifically the impact is. Is it fire? Is it water clarity? Is it any of those? And if so, how has the cumulative impact changed? Is it housing? Those topics were all analyzed in the EIR, and they assumed a full build out of the area plan. So that means the density you're talking about was a full density of the area plan build out. That also looked at projects that were proposed. Specifically when it came to housing density and traffic, it looked at the projects that were coming up in North Star and Palisades, as well as Martis West. And at the time that project was approved, all of those projects were planning on going forward. I would suggest that a lot of those projects have not panned out due to various reasons. So if anything, the density and the amount of people that were being looked at in 2016 is probably less, or is probably more than you're looking at now, given the fact that the Martis West project was rescinded, the Palisades project was rescinded, although it is still kind of going through and may come back, and it is coming back. So when it comes to cumulative impacts, that's what you really need to look at is there a specific impact that is now kind of moved to that level of a significant level that wasn't the case at that 2017 EIR. So hopefully that helps. With respect to piecemealing, I think there's some confusion about the legal requirement for piecemealing on CEQA. Under CEQA, piecemealing occurs when the proposed action, today's approval, legally compels or practically presumes completion of another action, and that action is not being brought forward. The way this comes up in the traditional concept, or that you've seen cases about, is if you've got widening of a street that's required for the building of a shopping center. If you take action only on the widening of the street, knowing that the shopping center is coming, that's a presumed action. That's something that is based on the development that's going to be occurring. So that's piecemealing. You don't have that situation here. What you're looking at is area plan amendments, and there's 20, 30, 50 different amendments. Each one of those are individual amendments. There's not a project here that is kind of relying on 6 amendments that you're also looking at. Each one of these is a kind of standalone amendment that has independent utility, that it can be looked at separately on its own. So it's the fact that the height requirement will come later, and then you can analyze that and ultimately decide whether that makes sense. That's not piecemealing in the legal sense. What that is basically taking some amendments forward at this point with the realization other amendments may come forward in the future, and that could be a whole spectrum of amendments that may come forward in the future. But they're not all connected in that they build a project together. What they are is separate pieces of a giant area plan that are being considered. So you don't have a legal piecemealing argument or concern here with respect to CEQA. So I know I went through a lot, and these are very complex topics. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll pass it to the next person.
The only thing I heard in the conversations today that I thought could be significant, and I could be wrong, was the road narrowing from 4 to 2 in 2017. Was that taken into consideration? Was that a part? And would that be considered significant if it hadn't been?
Yeah. So a couple things on that. One, it was included in the 2016 Tahoe Basin Area Plan and the cumulative impacts. It was evaluated. So it was considered. The other item, too, since that 2016 approval, there has now been legislative changes that say traffic impacts are no longer a CEQA criteria. So gridlock, traffic concerns, that's not a CEQA issue. It still may be an issue to the county in terms of general plan consistency and what's right for the community, but it's not a CEQA concern, at least anymore, according to the legislature.
Okay, if no further questions for Clayton, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Holloway to talk about what we're doing on with transportation and housing, because those were 2 common topics.
Yeah, good afternoon now. Stephanie Holloway, your Deputy CEO up here in Eastern Placer County. So yeah, some themes that very much came out a couple of times around priorities. So I wanted to make sure that your commission is educated and aware of many of our priorities here in Eastern Placer revolve around the comments that you heard and the concerns that you heard today. Workforce housing, transportation, need for infrastructure, concern over evacuation and preparedness. So I just want to touch on a few of those and really I think highlight some other comments that you heard from the North Tahoe Community Alliance, NTCA. You know, the Board of Supervisors back in, I believe 2018 formed an agreement with what was the Resort Association at the time to form a tourism business improvement district. That's a self-assessment on a number of different services in the region to essentially provide stewardship and other community services that we were hearing in the region. And in doing so, that freed up a lot of our transient occupancy tax, up to $4 million a year, specifically designated to combat these issues of workforce housing and transportation. So you did hear from NTCA, formerly the Resort Association today. There is a program that they are walking through right now with the Board of Supervisors to allocate up to $20 million, hopefully this year, to really get to the core of some of those issues that you heard today around infrastructure, workforce housing, and transportation. And even before that, I'll just say the Board of Supervisors has committed millions of dollars already to subsidy around for sale housing units in our region through our Workforce Housing Preservation Program, also through the Lease to Locals program that you may have heard about, providing subsidy for owners to rent, do a long-term rental as opposed to a short-term rental to really elevate the need for housing our workforce in the region. And then also we're working on the Dollar Creek Crossing project, which is a new build construction around achievable and affordable housing here in the basin. I'll just mention on the transportation side, microtransit, I'm sure you've heard of TART Connect. The board has committed for a number of years now, $2 million a year on top of the big bus, the small bus too with TART Connect, really serving as that first mile, last mile for people, trying to build this transit system within the region to provide an alternative travel option for people. And then again, I'll just mention through our Capital Projects Advisory Committee, which is a committee that has been focused on a portion of the 2% TOT to infrastructure over the years. So millions of dollars has gone into that program too, to build trails and just provide community support. So a lot of investment between what the businesses are now doing to help us with that, but also the TOT. And I'll just mention on top of that, you know, general fund, the board is committed many dollars of general fund to really advance safety in the region. You heard a lot about concerns today about just overall wildfire preparedness, evacuation. You know, I just can't say enough about our safety practitioners here in the region and the collaboration. We just recently on July 19th did a unified command training where we bring all of our safety practitioners together and we train and we prepare for incidents like you're hearing about in Hawaii. And so I just want to assure you that, you know, we are prepared. I feel confident with that. I will mention our OES and emergency management team is also on Zoom if you have any further questions for them specifically around this topic. As was mentioned, July 25th, the board did receive an extensive presentation around preparedness and wildfire, hearing and addressing many of the concerns that you heard today. And so not a great attendance, but we are preparing for a town hall. That town hall will be August 18th, and it will be held virtually and in person here at the North Tahoe Event Center. We are prepared to do a scenario drill of you know, simulated evacuation so that people really understand and kind of can feel and touch and hear the operation that gets stood up in an incident like that. So it's pretty powerful. I was you know, involved as we dealt with the mosquito fire last year. I will say that we evacuated 11,000 people out of Forest Hill through that incident. One lane road, as some of you may know, the Forest Hill Road, one lane in, one lane out. So, you know, that operation and the efficiency and the effectiveness of our emergency management team to address and assess the situation, to prioritize who needs to get out when is really phenomenal. And I'll just mention the river fire, 6,000 people we evacuated out of Colfax with the river fire 2 years ago. So I feel confident. I want the community to feel confident in that, and that is why we are out engaged in conversation and really trying to educate the community. So I will say, you know, that some of the Hawaii issues are front and center in our hearts today. You know, our safety team, if you have questions, is online to really talk about and amplify the differences between what's going on in Hawaii and our level of preparedness in an event such as that. So I just wanted to close with that. Again, you know, a lot of priority. The board has heard the concerns, trying to address the concerns with not only investment, but also your staff resource time. So with that, I'll turn it back over.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a quick question for your safety folks, and it's related directly to what you were talking about, and that is, in the event we had a calamity, and we had road work going on like we do now, I would hope the first thing would be a call to Amarjeet to say, get out of the way, we're coming out, or something like that. I mean, there's that kind of collaboration between you and the department?
Absolutely. In
Great.
fact, Amarjeet was here yesterday at the Tahoe Summit, and we talked a little bit about this. So yes, we definitely have those level of contacts.
Great, thank you, Stephanie. So I wanted to touch too on just, you know, when projects come forward in the basin, they are required to do an analysis on hazard mitigation, right? So if there's hazards related to wildfire. So they're doing that analysis. They are also required to prepare what we call an emergency preparedness evacuation plan. So we do have projects that are in the works that are actually doing that right now. And some of them, you know, if it's a larger project, that analysis and that plan, we call it an EPEP, that plan is going to be more extensive, right, for a larger project. So we do have some safeguards in place to make sure that as development is coming forward, they're doing that analysis. And I also just wanted to point out that, you know, the changes that are here before you today, we characterize them as minor. They're There are a lot of them peppered throughout the document. It can seem a little overwhelming perhaps to folks. It's a lot of material to read. I understand that and appreciate your time spent on these documents. They really are minor tweaks. If you have driven through Kings Beach and seen what's happening here in the town, I mean, just get down, you know, you can take the main highway, but just go one street deep and you'll see that we've got a lot of buildings that are aging and in dire need of, you know, of help, right, of redevelopment. And so that really is the goal here, in addition to trying to eliminate barriers to get housing constructed, affordable housing, achievable housing, housing for our missing middle. This is one tool in the toolbox. As Stephanie mentioned, our board has invested a lot of dollars on other programs to try to help on the housing front. Emily Setzer actually manages a lot of the housing programs here in Tahoe. We've got, like Stephanie mentioned, the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, where we're giving out grants to folks to help get to buy a home and deed restrict it for workforce housing. There's a number of things we're doing on the housing front. So, but this, making some small changes to the code to try to make it easier to construct housing is just really one tool, right? So, again, while it seems like it's a lot of changes in these big documents, we do really characterize them as minor refinements, really, to try to achieve the goal, the regional plan goal, and the goal that I think our board set, you know, they want us to achieve this goal. That was the reason they adopted the area plan in 2017. So I think that is it. That summarizes it. We are here to answer any questions. I know there was a lot of other things that came up, so we're prepared to take questions.
Okay, questions?
I'm glad to start. If I could just make a comment to the people that are here right now. I've been doing this for about 2.5 years. We've done public comment in a variety of different scenarios and settings and dealt with some very difficult topics. And I think that this was probably the best public comment that I've ever sat through and listened to. It's not a burden to do this. Spending 2 or 3 hours, this is our job. Pay is a little low for this job, but nonetheless, this is our job, and you did a great job in bringing forward these comments to us. And frankly, I didn't see a lot of overlap either. In other words, a lot of times we'll get the same comments over and over and over again, but you all separated these out very nicely, and I thought it was very good. I also want to say thanks to, and I recognize we're not in debate and everything, but I did want to say thanks also to Crystal, Emily, and Stacy in particular for the work you've done on this. This is a monstrous animal. I mean, it really is huge. So you did a fabulous job on this. I know it was very difficult to do and very challenging, and I give you a lot of credit for it. Clayton, thank you for addressing the issues associated with EIR. Some of you saw me pass a note to Clayton. It was EIR related. And so he addressed one of my concerns in that. I suspect that if we had, you know, a lawyer here, we could probably stack a bunch of lawyers up that would disagree with what you said. I mean, that's just the nature of CEQA. I'm learning that. There's no doubt it's challenging. But I would like to get a clarification in one case here, because a comment was made by staff about density. And this was early on, and it dealt with the need for an EIR, and the statement was made that we are not modifying or changing density, and therefore we did not feel like we needed an EIR. I think I have that correct. Could you comment or clarify on density, in particular in reference to a comment from a member of the community that said that this particular set of proposals will modify or change the opportunity to go from 25 persons per acre to 62 persons per acre. I have no idea where that number came from or those numbers came from, but could you help me understand, first, if density were being changed in these communities, would in fact an EIR be required? And secondly, how when you look at these things across the nature of this entire document, how can you really say that density in population is not changing here?
So the density standards are the number of units per acre that you can build to as a developer, right? If you were to come in and build a lodge, we have standards for 25 lodging units per acre that you could get, and I'm just throwing that out there as an example. Or same thing with residential, right? So we've got, in all of the use tables that you'll see in the area plan, there's a standard that says you can go up to this density standard. We haven't modified those standards, okay? So those standards then feed into the full build out of the area plan of this area in the Tahoe Basin, because you look at it, how many units can you get based on the area plan, based on those standards. You look, that's what we did in the analysis for the EIR that was prepared in 2016, 2017. You take the full build out of that. So, and you look at the density, and then you equate that to the number of people in the population, and you do your analysis on that. So we're not changing that, so that's not going up. Now, how folks got to 62, I don't know, but I can tell you that the standards have not changed. What I have heard from folks is a concern that if we are eliminating barriers to help foster redevelopment, you're gonna now see a change. Potentially, right? Potentially, as a developer, you can come in now and redevelop a project here in the town center, and maybe it's a little easier for you, so you can do it. In doing that, there's a change, right? So where now maybe that site that you're gonna redevelop, you have 1 story, and maybe it's a single family home, and now you're gonna go 3 stories and get, take advantage of whatever is allowed, right? Through the allowed density. You're gonna see a change. Does that mean that we have changed what you could do today? No, it just means that now we may have eliminated, a barrier for someone to actually come in and realize, what they could do under the allowed density. So I think it's that change piece that, that you might actually see some redevelopment come in. It's still confined to those density standards, but I think people see that as that change as an increase in density, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, and I can certainly see their viewpoint on that based on that description. But okay, I understand. We had a comment regarding height, mass, and scale. Very qualified speaker talking a little bit about that. So I'd like to understand a little bit more about in an environment with 8% buildable space remaining, and the objective to be building out more affordable homes, affordable housing, et cetera, but 8% remaining buildable space, or whatever the number was, but it was pretty darn low. How you get there, and by the way, I understand that the community was concerned about the height. How do you get there, though, without having some kind of opportunity to build up rather than out in an environment where you're so constrained?
Well, and I think that speaks to really, or underscores really the work that TRPA is doing. They're looking at, in particular with housing, and I don't know, yeah, Dan is still here. What does it take to get housing constructed, right? There's, how are you gonna make a project pencil? And so when they're looking at, potential opportunity for height increased allowances throughout the basin, they're really looking at it with an eye towards, how are we going to be able to even see this housing come through? And so that's why they're exploring those changes of going, you can't go out, there's not a lot of land. I mean, if you look at what we have here in the basin, we're the largest land mass the county is in the basin, and we don't have a whole lot of opportunity for commercial development. I mean, it's pretty small. The town centers are small, and most of our land is residentially zoned, and you really can't bring in commercial uses. So the opportunity to develop, period, in the basin is pretty limited. And so I think the idea is if you can go up and get a project like a housing project to pencil, or maybe a mixed-use project where you've got commercial on the ground floor and housing on the top, and you're achieving both of those goals, right? If you can go up, you're not going out. What I want to say, though, is that there are there's safeguards. There are very strict requirements about scenic threshold attainment and doing scenic analysis. And you literally have to do analysis if you're out on the lake and you're looking up at the shoreline, that you're not impacting a scenic view shed. You're protecting ridge lines. There's a lot of analysis that goes into protecting the scenic resource, as well as like land use compatibility. If you're going up and you've got residential uses behind you, you have to analyze what are the impacts to that, right? Like the compatibility impacts. So each project, in particular, anything big like that's going to be going through a use permit. It's going to be before your commission. It's going to have to go through CEQA. It's going to have to analyze all of that. So really, I think that, going up is, what I think, and I'm speaking here for Dan, but it's looking at, does going up make sense in providing an opportunity for some of these projects to pencil?
But you have limited that. In other words, you eliminated that provision in this.
We pulled it down. We pulled it out, yes. And I think, the reason we pulled it out is there is a lot in this document, as you know. You read through it. And that seemed to be a very hot topic, right? And so we thought, well, let's pull it out. There's a lot of really good, we think, a lot of really good things in the document that's before you today. Let that go forward, let you consider that. And then we can come back and take a closer look at height, working with TRPA and studying it more, because it's a topic of concern for the community. And I fully understand that. So we want to take a more, I would say, like kind of a deeper dive, right? A deeper look and study into where that might make sense and pull it out of this so that it doesn't get mixed in and confused. So that was really the reasoning behind that.
Okay. And one final question, and quick disclosure before I ask this question. I do own a fractional in the Tahoe area, and very infrequently it becomes a short-term rental. We have 7 other owners, so this question is related to short-term rentals. You made the comment, or part of this document is each new lodging unit, which I presume is actually hotel units. Each new lodging unit that is built will decrease the STR cap, which currently stands at 3,900. Why does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me speak to that. So there is a policy that we added in the area plan, and it was really based on some input we heard from our board. We have a short-term rental ordinance that was adopted by a board. It was recently amended in 2022, as you know. And the board capped STRs at 3,900. We're hovering around 32 to 3,300. So we're not meeting that cap. We're not, we're well under the cap. But at the time that the board adopted that, there was talk about adaptive management, and we are doing that. We have a stakeholder group formed, and we meet regularly to talk about how is the ordinance working? Is there opportunity for further change to the ordinance? Well, one of the things that the board had brought up was, as we're going through this process, perhaps we should be encouraging lodging units in the town center, and maybe we should look at, as one lodging unit gets built in the town center, you reduce the cap by 1, right? So what we did is we framed up a policy in here, so it's just policy, it's not an ordinance, that points to that. So by doing that, we have a policy in place, and so we can explore that further with the board through that ordinance. Whether or not the board goes there with the ordinance is, we don't know, but it's something certainly that the board has talked about in the past, and they may be interested in adding something to the STR ordinance that as each hotel unit comes forward in the town centers, that we then reduce the cap by that same number.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned, and I just wanted to clarify the 50% requirement for affordable housing if someone was to convert a condominium. Was that correct?
Yeah, I am going to point to Emily. She's she's all things housing. So Emily, can you answer that one?
Yes. Is this okay? Yes, there is a provision proposed that if condos in the towns, if multifamily in the town center were to convert to condos, that 50% would need to be deed restricted to affordable to achievable levels.
And then there was another comment, and I didn't catch it, where it would be a 100% requirement. Was that on new construction in the?
The 100% deed restriction is it's for standalone housing. So, and that's a complete option. So right now, any developer could come forward and build multifamily. In many places, it requires a use permit in many zone districts, but not all. In some zone districts, it is allowed by right now. We wanted to really provide some incentives to the zone districts that were called out as affordable, moderate, and achievable preferred housing areas. That policy was already in place in the document, but there was no real incentive behind it. So we are proposing an option that in those particular zone districts, if somebody wants to build multifamily and deed restrict it to 100% affordable to achievable, then they don't need the use permit. It's a streamlining kind of facilitation incentive. Yeah, but they also could choose not to deed restrict it and go through the use permit process just like today.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, any other?
Oh,
And I just
forgot
have
to turn on
one-
my microphone.
Chair, I just have one
I was
point.
very pleased with the comments that we received today, and it seemed like a very well presented comments from the audience. And so I appreciate that very much. And maybe I just have one kind of little question here, but I heard about camping in parking lots. And, you know, I kind of think that through, and, you know, I mean, like at Walmart, you can go park in their parking lot. But in Tahoe, when you have camping in the parking lots, is there kind of a sanitation cleanup in the morning, or what's it mean?
Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
I can take that. That is an idea, a concept that has come up in the last few years, particularly during COVID, as a result of the influx of people here and the lack of housing availability. That is a program concept that is being done in other areas, mountain town resorts where they have similar problems as us, like Telluride, Colorado, for example. So we actually, as a county, heard suggestions from housing advocates in our region to consider that type of program. So we have included it as a policy in the policy document that the county would consider that type of program, but it's not a fleshed out program right now. If these proposals get adopted, it's still just a policy, and county staff would have to come forward with the details of a full program at that time. But it has been a suggestion that has come forward directly from the community, and we have a pretty significant piece of or chunk of our workforce that do sleep in their cars right now, all over.
Okay, yeah. Well, it seems like to really implement that, you'd have to have some kind of a cleanup policy and an enforcement policy.
Yes, there would definitely be a well thought out program. People would have to apply for kind of like a permit or a use.
Yeah.
It would be only in very specific locations. We would have to coordinate with our other departments and our sheriff and all sorts of future considerations that would have to be well thought out. And then probably brought before the board as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that answers it. Thank you.
Sure.
And then also, I was a little bit confused in the 56 height buildings that are approved in this document. There was some discussion about dropping the 4 floors, but it seems like in 56 feet high building, you could actually have maybe one more than 4 floors.
Yeah, so currently it's read as four stories and 56 feet.
Oh,
and so we're eliminating the 4 stories in case somebody wants to get a loft above, that kind of thing. And that was working in coordination with TRPA, just trying to clarify that the height limit is 56 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And there was a question about groundwater interception.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so there are some projects that, have thought about underground parking, for example, because the sites here in the town centers are very small. And in order to even get a hotel type development, you really have to creatively assemble a site, right? And even in doing that, in particular for lodging where you need parking, right? It's hard to park your project and meet parking requirements because the sites are so small. And so a lot of developers like like the idea of exploring underground parking. We don't have anything in our code that allows for that. And so that provision that we added brings our code consistent with the TRPA standards that do allow for that. When they allow for that, though, you have to mitigate all impacts. So it's a very strict, requirement in terms of the TRPA code. But we simply reference their code so that folks in our town centers can now come forward and take advantage of that provision and explore it and analyze it. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I would make the comment too on the evacuations. I'm aware that recently, I think maybe a couple weeks ago, all the local fire departments actually had a practice exercise up here in the Tahoe area. And so I think one of the things that people don't realize is when a serious fire happens and there needs to be evacuations, their fire team and the sheriff and the CHP all work together to make sure it's an orderly and efficient evacuation. So it's not just people getting on the highway and getting in trouble. It's very much organized.
Absolutely.
At least that's my knowledge.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'll just underscore an important point there, and that is the Placer County Sheriff's Office is in charge of the evacuation piece of that emergency incident. But absolutely, and like I said earlier, we practice, that unified command training is what it's called. We practice those types of incidences. We can't predict how an incident is going to evolve and what the weather's going to be like and where it's going to be and what the specifics are. But we are practicing and simulating on a regular basis. So one thing I'll mention, just a correction, we are holding a town hall, as I mentioned, here at the North Tahoe Event Center. It will be on Thursday, August 17th. I think I said the 18th earlier. So Thursday, August 17th, 6 o'clock here. And again, that will be in person and virtual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Commission, I want to compliment the staff. I think you've done a very complete job, and so I really appreciate it. But at this point, are we ready to make some kind of a motion?
Or do we want to deliberate and talk a little bit?
If you want to deliberate, yeah.
Want to deliberate? Is that good?
Seemed like everybody was kind of quiet this afternoon, so I was giving you a chance to deliberate if you want.
I would deliberate this way. A document this large, there's always something for somebody to hate in it. And we could pick this to pieces by going into individual provisions and say, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. We could step through that forever. And but collectively, there are some great things here, without a doubt. So that's a good thing. And that said, though, and I'm absolutely confident in County Council, but I disagree with them routinely on CEQA, and unfortunately, I do again here. And it's not that I don't consider his position or the county's position on this EIR to be legally sound. I'm sure it's supportable in court. It might even wind up there at some point. But what I can say is this. If I were a decision-making person, and I look at Tahoe, as a national treasure, which it clearly is, and a place where it faces truly unique environmental challenges, and the reality that this plan, the consequences of this plan will be felt for a decade plus. And in my judgment, we routinely complete EIRs on issues that are far less consequential than this particular document is. I personally would have directed an EIR be completed. So that's kind of where I am on this. Great document, great proposals, but I would have completed an EIR. I think that we owe that to the community. So that's where I am.
And to dovetail into that, my opinion is that perfection is the enemy of good enough, and we need to move forward. We need to push this forward. So much has to be done in this community, especially around workforce housing. We can't address every single thing and every single problem that's up here. I read almost all 2,000 pages of this document, and staff is correct. The redlining that we're talking about now, the changes that we're talking about now, aren't that significant. So if you've already read through this and already passed this, the redlining in and of itself, I didn't think was substantial. I'm tending to agree with County Council on significant. I think CEQA is broken. I think a lot of people would agree with me. And there aren't a lot of definitions of what's significant. What you think is significant, what I think is significant, I think it'll be battled out in the courts. But from 2016, 17 to now, after going through all of this and really deliberating on it, I don't believe it's significant, but that's my personal opinion. So.
Thank you. I too would just agree that the staff has performed admirably in developing the package, presenting it today, and being able to respond to the plethora of questions and issues that were thrown at us and to help guide us through it. So I'm very appreciative of that. I do think that accepting this and moving forward with this will take a few good steps in the right direction to getting to some of the most important issues in this basin. I have a personal lot we just finished building with the help of the great inspectors interpreting TRPA and your regulations. And it's we back up to a mobile home park. And someday I hope to see that become more embraced as an affordable site, and so that the folks that are there would have first choice. I think what we have before us today may help us move in that direction. I want to be in the vanguard of helping that community, that sub-community, move forward in life and get to a better place so they can continue to live and work in this vicinity. So I'm prepared, if there are no other comments, it looks like the chairman has.
We may have one more, we'll see.
Yeah, so I'm going to stop right there, and if there's a chance at a later point to make it a motion, I'll be prepared to.
Okay.
Just real quick, I want to thank the comments that I heard today. For those of you that don't know, this is my first meeting. I was enlightened. I've been exposed to many of these types of meetings, but I do appreciate the comments and the work that staff both down south and up here in the mountains put into this is very admirable. So I thank you for that. My first concern that came across today was the density question, and Mr. Cook answered that later on, that you know, everything was assumed at full build out, which normally EIRs are. EIRs tend to be very low-hanging fruit to attack. Comfortable with the current EIR that's in place. With the density issue, how does density not increase? There's an effort to focus to shift it to the town centers, and I'm in full agreement with that. Reinvestment, redevelopment, those are focus. Those are my, from the meeting, appreciate.
Well,
I think I explained before I had eye surgery within the last month and a half. So if somebody is in favor of what I see I was going to move, I'd accept their motion in lieu of myself.
Okay, I will be glad to read this.
Thank you.
And enter it in. Staff recommends, let's see, Planning Commission approve. Okay, so I move that we recommend the board adopt a 20 addendum to the 2017 Tahoe Basin Area Plan prepared for the project as set forth in attachment B and supported by the findings in the staff report.
I second that.
Okay, we have first and second, roll call.
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward and a second from Commissioner Watts. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dahlgren?
Yes.
Commissioner Rontine?
Yes.
Commissioner Watts?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further move that we recommend the board adopt resolution attachment A, approving amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan based on the findings contained in the staff report.
I second that motion,
Okay, motion
It's
and
a great
second.
song, but I do second this motion.
Okay, roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, second from Commissioner Watts, Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Runtine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further move that we recommend the board adopt an ordinance, attachment B, approving amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, implementing regulations based on the findings contained in the staff report and
If I could actually stop you there, that last part I think should be deleted out. It was inadvertently added.
contained in the staff report.
And I second that motion too.
Okay, roll call?
I have a first from Commissioner Woodward, a second from Commissioner Watts, Commissioner Johnson,
Yes?
Commissioner Dahlgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Runtine,
Yes.
Commissioner Watts,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we've taken our final action for the day, so we appreciate everybody showing up and sitting through on this, and so we'll close the meeting on that. Thank you.